Hello, I want to know how it can be today. I am thrilled to be hosting today's Compounding Pharmacies Business Salon. We have 22 leaders from the compounding industry, and it's a great mix of pharmacists, consultants, and legal experts. They're all here to talk with you about the compounding industry, the challenges of running the business in today's world, and how you can look at ways to grow your business, increase revenue, and market share. We're running concurrent tracks, marketing, operations, and opportunities. All the sessions will be recorded so you can download them and view the sessions you are unable to attend live. If you're looking to get CE credits, you have 30 days to review the sessions and the associated questionnaire. A little bit about the platform. I'm sure you've noticed all the rooms on the side. Once you click on the rooms, do remember to hit join. Also, can you please, if you want to ask any questions or something, please raise your hand. So I'm going to ask you to raise your hand if everybody hears me. Great, thank you. Any moment now, we're going to have our first session, our keynote, Gabrielle Kozel, who's the Acting Director, the Division of Compounding Policy and Outreach, the Office of Compounding Quality and Compliance from the FDA. Just give us one more moment. I know she's here and looking forward to speaking with everybody. There she is. All right, Gaby, I'm going to let you take it away from here.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for having me today. I'm going to just share my slides here. 1 minute. All right. Please if you can't see my slides. Today, I'm pleased to join today's conference and provide an opening and an update, 2021 update on compounding policy and oversight. My name is Gaby Kozel, and as mentioned, I'm Director of Division of Compounding Policy and Outreach in the Office of Compounding Quality and Compliance. So today I'd like to cover some updates in three general buckets. One is to discuss a bit policy activities and oversight activities on compounding during COVID-19 the past year. Then I'd like to provide some additional policy updates related to compounding. And finally, I'll talk about our outreach activity, including our work under our relatively new initiative, the Compounding Quality Center of Excellence. So, just to level set, FDA advances policy on drug compounding, we really seek to balance a number of goals. First and foremost, we seek to protect the public health. We're also clarity to stakeholders, though, and decrease regulatory burden where possible. We get a lot of questions and comments from stakeholders, which are really significant inputs that inform our policy development process, and we welcome that. We also want to provide clarity where we can about the roles of FDA and the states, which for compound, very important topic. And finally, we want to balance access to compounded drugs with supporting approved drugs whenever possible. Building on that last point, when we develop our policies, we seek to consider access to compounded drugs, but also necessity. And then if approved drugs meet patients' medical needs, we really want our policies to support their primary use. And of course, when patients do receive compounded drugs, we want to make sure that appropriate quality standards are in place to ensure their quality. So let me start the discussion now of FDA's policies and oversight activities during the pandemic. About a year ago now, we at FDA, and I think many people in this virtual room, were busy work to try to understand and address the impacts of the COVID-19 public health emergency on our medical products supply. We tried to act fairly quickly where we thought we could have an impact by issuing a number of temporary guidances to help address supply disruptions that we were seeing that put patients at risk. And these guidances include a pair of guidances addressing compounding during the pandemic by out facilities and other compounders, guidance on compounding of hand sanitizers and related guidances for other entities making hand sanitizers, guidance on compounding when standard PPE is not available, guidance on repackaging of propofol, and it's reporting during the pandemic, which does cover outsourcing facilities as well, giving the potential for increased production of compounded drugs to address supply disruptions. So I'll begin by talking about our two guidances on compounding during the pandemic, really aimed at mitigating some of the supply disruptions we saw for certain therapies needed for COVID-19 patients. In general, just as a backdrop, FDA tries to address drug shortages by restoring supplies of FDA-approved drugs first. But of course, compounded drugs can be a really important source of drugs during shortage as well. And in light of the exigencies posed by COVID-19, we determined it would be for us to provide some additional flexibilities so that compounders were better able to meet these needs when FDA-approved products weren't available. When we put these two guidances together for outsourcing facilities as well as compounders under 503A, we try to draft them so that we sourcing of approved drugs when possible, and if not, then prioritize sourcing of drugs from sourcing facilities first before turning to other compounders. So I'll just provide a quick overview of these two. Our temporary guidance for outsourcing facilities provides flexibility on statutory provisions on essentially a copy, including a 90-day period after a product is removed from the list of products that's referenced in the guidance, to provide some market certainty for entities wishing to produce those products. There's flexibility on the use of bulk drug substances to compound drugs that are not on FDA's drug shortage list. So some of the products on the list referenced in the guidance are not currently on the shortage list. This flexibility does not address provisions related to conformance with USP standards, sourcing from registered suppliers, and the like that still apply. And there's flexibility on CGMP expectations related to stability studies and expiration dates, which I'll discuss a little bit more in a minute. So the guidance has a number of conditions. It applies to drugs that are on the list referenced in the guidance that we made on our website, and the drug contains only one active ingredient. I'll show the list in a minute, but basically single ingredient aqueous solutions, a set of them. It applies for compounded drugs that are provided directly to a hospital that has tried and been unable to get adequate supplies of FDA-approved drug products with the same active for the same route. It also expects weekly reporting for drug products compounded under the guidance. The weekly reports include the information that are typically reported in the biannual report that outsourcing facilities provide to FDA, that the OFs provide the cumulative number of individual units of the drug product produced during the current reporting period iteratively as the weeks go on. So as I mentioned, there are some expectations related to stability testing and expiration dates. Basically, the products produced under the guidance have to meet the conditions described in an Appendix A of that guidance, which provides some pathways for stability testing, except that if the compounded drug is an aqueous sterile solution for injection and all ingredients are relatively soluble, there's some a default BUD that may be used that are slightly longer. And when limited stability testing is initiated once the aggregate batch size is expected to exceed 1,000 units. And finally, that container closure system is used for previous experience and data. Products currently referenced in the guidance. It has stayed relatively stable in the past several months. The last change was that epinephrine was removed in October of last year. And these are the products that to date have been produced by outsourcing facilities under the guidance. I'll now just talk briefly about our counterprovisions for compounding pharmacies that are not outsourcing facilities. This offers temporary flexibility related to the essentially a copy provision, as well as the prescription requirement in Section 503A. Again, the policy applies to those that are on the list referenced in the guidance. And here, the expectation is that the hospital is unable to obtain FDA-approved drugs or drugs from outsourcing facilities before turning to drugs funded by Pharma under Section 503A. There's also an expectation that the pharmacy compounding under the guidance notifies their state board of pharmacy, and the board says that they don't object to the activity. I think this connection with the State Board of Pharmacy is really important, as states are the primary entity overseeing compounding pharmacies, state licensed compounding pharmacies. There's an expectation that the order be marked with the hot name of the hospital and COVID-19, and that patients receiving the drugs, the list of the patients that receive the drugs, be sent back to the compounder within a month. There's limited beyond use states as well, and an expectation to report adverse events. I'll move on now to our policy on compounding of alcohol-based hand sanitizers during the pandemic. The guidance describes a number of conditions, including production according to a specific formula, and that additional ingredients are not added. For example, ingredients to improve smell or taste due to the risk of accidental ingestion. And there's a number of circumstances in the guidance that you can see if you refer to the guidance. As you may know, last summer there was an increase in hand sanitizer products that are labeled to contain ethanol, but that actually tested positive for methanol contamination. And in addition, there were state reports of adverse events from adults and children that were ingesting these products contaminated with methanol, and including blindness, hospitalizations, and death. So these were very serious events, and in response, we updated our hand sanitizer guidance in August to address testing for methanol. And under the revised guidance, any alcohol or isopropyl alcohol containing more than 630 parts per million methanol is not consistent with the temporary policy, so would not be permitted. Compounders can use a laboratory to test supplies of alcohol or isopropyl alcohol for methanol content, but FDA strongly recommends a lab that's been inspected by FDA and in compliance with CGMP. In addition, some other updates. Since that time, the United States Pharmaceutical Convention has revised their monograph for alcohol, dehydrated alcohol, to include a limit for methanol tests in the ID section. And finally, in January of this year, FDA also issued a guidance on testing of alcohol and isopropyl alcohol for methanol, which can be seen at that link. So, compounding has played a very important role in the delivery of care to patients during the pandemic. But FDA has also sought to alert compounders and providers to potential risks where we see them. And to that end, earlier this year, we communicated concerns about the potential compounding of remdesivir and thymosin for use in patients with COVID-19. For thymosin, the agency became aware of drug products containing thymosin being offered to patients for COVID-19, but thymosin is not approved to treat any condition, including COVID-19. And we clarified that thymosin does not meet the conditions for compounding under sections 503A and 503B. On remdesivir, FDA published a compounding risk alert in February describing complexities that may make this drug particularly challenged to compound. The agency is concerned that if it were to be compounded, patients might receive substandard or low-quality compounded remdesivir products, which could result in patient harm. So turning to oversight, as folks know, FDA inspections were temporarily suspended at the beginning of the pandemic, and they resumed last summer in a limited fashion under a new risk-based assessment system. Of course, as everyone knows, we are not yet back to normal on inspections due to the continued challenges imposed by the pandemic. But we are, working diligently to do as much as we can in this space, and we hope things will improve soon. However, in the meantime, while inspections are limited, we're exploring other ways to provide oversight and engage in these important conversations with the industry. So we've started a new initiative we call remote regulatory assessments to allow FDA and outsourcing facilities to continue dialogue and collaboration when we, aren't conducting our inspections in the same way. And these assessments are based on records review and are conducted under FDA's authority under Section 704 and 503B. Some examples of records that FDA might request are shown here, facility design diagrams, adverse event reports, product labels, etc. We've just begun to pursue this and hope it's going to be a useful one. All right, now to provide some updates on policy matters that aren't directly related to the pandemic, starting with the FDA State Memorandum of Understanding, updates on our bulks list development efforts, and on insanitary conditions. So the final standard MOU, this was a major milestone for us. We published the final standard memorandum of understanding interstate distribution of compounded drugs in October of last year. And of course, a condition of Section 503A is that a compounded drug may be eligible for the exemptions under that section only if it's made in a state that has entered into an MOU with FDA that addresses distribution of inordinate amounts of compounded drugs and provides for investigation of complaints related to those products. Or if the state has not entered into the MOU, there's a limit on distribution of compounded drugs outside of the state to 5% of total prescription orders by the pharmacy. So this finalization of this standard MOU has been a long time coming. And we had a lot of, we had a number of versions of this previously, and we've had a lot of comments from the states, although those have gotten smaller and smaller over time. And we're also worked closely with the NABP on development. In this version of the MOU, we really tried to address any remaining concerns raised by the states about the document, including sources concerns, signature authority concerns, and questions about authority over physician compounding. Just a slide on to remind folks why FDA views this as a very important piece of implementation. As folks know, compounders under Section 503 are mainly overseen by their home state regulator. And Congress did not intend for compounders operating under Section 503 to grow into conventional manufacturing operations, conducting a substantial portion of their business interstate without adequate oversight. If this happens, if large portions of a compounder's drug go outside of state borders, adequate regulation of these drugs can really pose logistical, regulatory, and financial challenges to state regulators. It can be very difficult to investigate and address multi-state outbreaks, to follow up on complaints, et cetera. So you can envision a scenario where a poor-performing pharma located in a state with insufficient resources to engage in routine oversight, and this would put patients in other states at risk. So the MOU in place provides a sort of better approach to coordinate information sharing and inform oversight, both coordinate between states and with states and the FDA. So on the MOU, our next steps, we're currently in a one-year grace period that we've said we would deploy before we would enforce the 5% statutory limit on interstate distribution for compounders located that have not signed the MOU. States can sign the MOU at any time, but this grace period is just for states to, consider and provide some time to make decisions before the enforcement of 5% begins. As folks may know, NABP are also making available an information sharing network for interested to use to, in part, complete the information collections associated with MOU. So, as I mentioned, state resource concerns was one comment we had when we were developing the MOU, and we heard that, and so what we did is, through a grant to NABP, have had them develop an information sharing system that states may use to get information from pharmacies about the products they distribute across state lines, and use that to report to FDA as required under the MOU entities that cross that 50% threshold that the final standard MOU describes, which is a threshold for information reporting and not a limit on interstate distribution. An update on progress on the 503B bulks list. Of course, as you know, it's a condition of 503B that an outsourcing facility doesn't compound using bulk drug substances unless it appears on a list established by the Secretary identifying substances for which there is a clinical need or it's in shortage. And FDA has published proposals to include or not include bulk substances on the 503B bulks list in the Federal Register. In August, so this is just a bit of a recap on prior FRNs. We issued one in August 2018 where we proposed to not include 3 substances. In March 2019, we similarly proposed for 2 substances that we did not find a clinical need for inclusion in the list. In September 2019, we proposed to not include 9 bulk substances, and in July of 2020, last year, we proposed adding 4 bulk drug substances to the bulks list, and these include diphenylcyclopropanone, you'll have to forgive me if I mispronounce some of these, glycolic acid, squaric acid dibutyl ester, and trichloroacetic acid. Additionally, we proposed 19 bulk drug substances not be included on the list. And then, as some may have seen, actually, we've just yesterday/today announced the publication of a new Federal Register notice that identifies one bulk, quinaquine hydride, that we are proposing on the 3B list, as well as 4 bulk drug substances that we are proposing not to include on the list, and those are bromphenic sodium, mitomycin C, nipafenac, and hydroxychloroquine sulfate. Regarding quinaquine, the agency nominated quinaquine hydrochloride to compound oral products for the treatment of cutaneous lupus. This is a summary of the bulk drug substances evaluated to date, and it shows our proposed and final determinations as described in the register notice published between 2018 and today. So we've looked at a total of 40 bulk drug substances now, and to date we've proposed to include 5 and proposed to not include 35, with a final determination for 2 of those, nicardipine hydrochloride and vasopressin. On the 503A bulk list, we're continuing our work here as well, and the law directs us to make, which we are directed to do via the statutory provision described here. As a reminder, under 503A, compounders can automatically compound with a bulk substance that's a component of an FDA-approved drug or that's subject of an applicable USP monograph. And if neither of those are the case, then they may also compound if the drug is on a list that we create through regulation, which we call the 503A bulks list. So this is a recap of prior actions here. We had a rulemaking in February 2019. Where we codified criteria used to evaluate substances nominated for inclusion on the list and added 6 substances and did not add 4. We did a proposed rule in September 2019 where we proposed 5 substances for the list and proposed 26 substances not be added. Excuse me. And I think that's our latest update on the work on the list. But the work on the 503A list is also ongoing as well. And then on insanitary conditions, this past November, FDA also published a final guidance, sanitary conditions in compounding facilities. And it included a few clarifications, related to the processing of beta-lactams, the physician in-office compounding and administration. On that point, what the clarification says is that FDA generally does not intend to take action under Section 501A2A, regarding preparation under insanitary conditions against a physician who's compounding a drug product, repackaging an approved drug product, or mixing, diluting, repackaging a licensed biological product, provided that it occurs in the physician's office for in-office administration to the physician's patients. We also included in the final guidance recommendations encouraging compounders to use risk evaluation strategies and risk management tools to put in place appropriate controls to prevent the occurrence of insanitary conditions at their facilities. Finally, last year we put on our website a number of policy clarifications, including 2 relevant to guidance on hospital and health system compounding and guidance on the copies provisions under sections 503 and 503B. So on hospital and health systems compounding, we said that the agency's draft guidance, which includes what folks may often refer to as the 1 mile radius provision, is still in draft, and we're planning to issue a revision. The draft guidance was issued for public comment and hasn't been implemented. So the 1 mile radius relates to a proposed enforcement policy that would provide the hospital to conduct non-patient specific distribution of compounded drugs within the health system. So we're looking at these policies still as the long and short of this policy clarification, and that draft guidance has not been implemented. So essentially the copy guidances, we said the agency, a couple clarifications here. First, we said the agency does not consider drugs that are on FDA shortage list or that have been discontinued and are no longer marketed to be commercially available under the essentially a copy provision for pharmacy and physician compounders regulated under Section 503A. So we were getting questions on this and wanted to make sure that that was clear. Also, we wanted to clarify that the agency does not consider a compounded drug produced by an outsourcing facility to be essentially a copy if it's identical or nearly identical to an FDA-approved drug, the drug shortage list. And similarly, for drugs that have been discontinued and are no longer marketed, FDA would not take action in that case. We also received questions and comments on our policies for applying the essentially a copy provision when outsourcing facilities compound drugs starting with an approved drug rather than a bulk drug substance. And we're looking at this, address these comments in an upcoming revision to the guidance. All right, I'll in my final section here, I want to talk about some of our outreach activities and engagement activities. Stakeholder engagement is a hugely important part of our overall program. We need stakeholder input to do our work. It's critical. We welcome stakeholder views on our policies and oversight activities. We want to understand, firsthand impact on public health. We want to understand implications for current practice. So we have and are continuing to try to make sure we have good channels in place to get this feedback and get this communication. We hold annual stakeholder listening sessions and other related meetings. We have intergovernmental meetings with state and federal partners. We solicit comments on our policy proposals. We really welcome comments on those. And we welcome questions and requests for guidance on ways to comply with statutory requirements. This is really, we really rely on this to help inform our policy development process. This is a snapshot of some of the activities I'll have. I want to talk about our compounding excellence, our annual listening sessions, and some additional listening sessions we're rolling out this year, and then our engagement with the state boards of pharmacy. So our Compounding Quality Center of Excellence is a large new initiative that was launched in 2019, and we're very excited about this initiative. Its overall goal is to really sort of shift our approach to a more engagement focused approach, and with the goal of improving and strengthening the quality of compounded drugs, primarily those made at outsourcing facilities. The flagship piece of this effort, as folks may know, is a large amount of training on current good manufacturing practice for outsourcing facilities and entities that wish to become outsourced to help elevate sector performance and improve product quality. These trainings also address other regulatory requirements as well. We've got both instructor-led training and self-guided web-based training, which I'll cover on the next slide. The other prongs of the Center of Excellence include research. We've been conducting market analyses to help sort of describe and get our hands around the current and future market and sector for outsourcing facilities, including potential market barriers. And we also are running an annual conference to bring together outsourcing facilities and other stakeholders in the ecosystem, and of course the agency to talk about key issues and best practices. And, stay tuned for more to come on this year's conference, which will be sometime in September of 2021. So just really wanted to highlight the current training offerings that are available now. I highly encourage anyone who's interested to reach out and seek to register. Again, our target audience are the outsourcing facilities, but if there are other compounders who are considering joining the sector and would like to benefit from this free learning, we strongly encourage you to try to sign up for courses. We have, so our instructor-led training, courses here. We've got 4 GMP courses: environmental monitoring, sterile drug compounding, investigations in CAPA, and clean room. These began as actual in-person lab-based instruction, and we hope very much that we'll be able to get back to that model, once the pandemic permits it, which is obviously the best way to learn some of these topics is to be there in person in the lab. Since we can't do that right now, we are holding these courses virtually. We're still getting interest, folks signing up. So again, these are really great opportunities and recommend you take advantage. They're about 4-day courses each with instructor-led learning all 4 days. We have self-guided web-based courses as well. They're also available now. These you can access them through our website. You can take them anytime. Anyone can take them, available freely to the public. And you can see the topics here that are covered. the first two provide, I think, a very useful broad overview of the regulatory framework for drug compounding, as well as information specifically for outsourcing facilities in terms of the requirements that apply to them. You can get CE for these trainings, both kinds. And we're also working on new courses this year, and we'll hopefully be rolling some of those out in the coming months. And our link here is below. You can navigate to all of the course availability through our Center of Excellence link here. This is just a little snapshot of statistics for our effort. We've been really proud about our ability to engage in this space. About 3/4 or almost 3/4 of outsourcing facilities have taken our trainings, 32 instances in total, and we've had close to 300 folks claiming credits for all the courses as well. So we think and hope this is a useful resource, and we encourage folks to take advantage of it. A few more words on the research getting conducted under the Center of Excellence effort as well, where we last year and again this year are engaging in work to better understand barriers and opportunities encountered by outsourcing facilities, generally in three major areas: looking at the marketplace and business viability, looking at high-quality drug production / compliance with federal compounding laws and related regulations, and then also looking at FDA and outsourcing facility interactions. The methodology here includes, in addition to certain data analyses, discussions with outsourcing facility management and staff, as well as a survey sent to all registered outsourcing facilities. And the discussions in the survey we know are conducted through a third-party contractor that we've hired, Deloitte, so that all feedback can remain anonymous. So this is an appeal to participating in those outsourcing facilities on the phone today. We really would value your input through these mechanisms. Here's a look at some additional outreach activities. We will be holding our listening sessions on drug compounding again. These are tentative dates. Save the dates have gone out to the outsourced facilities and should be going out to other organizations shortly. We are also rolling out an initiative to engage in small group listening sessions with outsourcing facilities this year to try to get better penetration into the sector, to hear our voices, and to have conversations in a small group format to help dive into some issues that are relevant to the sector. We do a lot of work with state boards of pharmacy and with NABP. We are holding a series of listening sessions with state boards of pharmacy on the MOU. Those will be held sometime in April. We have an annual meeting with the 50 plus state boards of pharmacy in October. We will be doing that again this year, where we discuss issues related to oversight coordination, and we also really hear from outsourcing facilities and others about their views on state oversight and questions about potential discrepancies of the like. We take these issues that we hear from facilities during the listening sessions and we bring them to both NABP and the states when we engage with them. So we try to make that feedback loop happen as best we can. We meet with NABP monthly, more than monthly really, but we have at least monthly we meet with them to discuss issues. And we have direct engagement ad hoc with individual state boards of pharmacy as needed on specific topics. And that concludes my talk. And I believe, let's see, there might be a few minutes for questions, and I'm happy to take any that folks may have. I'll close my slide.
All right, Gaby, thank you very much. Okay, everybody, hang on. We'll get Gaby back.
Okay, I'm sorry. I think I accidentally left the room. Can folks see and hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you. I was just about to go looking for you.
Sorry, I pressed escape to exit slide, and it took me out.
Great. I don't know if you can see the questions. There was also one regarding when does the MOU enforcement grace period end?
Yeah, I believe offhand it's October 27th of this year, but let me, I can double check and confirm that date with you. And I'm seeing a question regarding the term pharmaceutical grade. I would just point you to our final guidance on sanitary conditions. It's the best for just our general thinking about, the questions about ingredient quality. And I would also, Q2, I think some policy on bulks, and I'm kind of remember which one it is, but basically we explain it well, our thinking behind the term applicable monograph and why we consider applicable monograph to mean a drug monograph versus a dietary monograph.
Okay, does anybody else have any questions?
There's a question about MOU adoption by the states. So we've been encouraged by a good amount of dialogue and engagement from the states, questions, and desire to talk with us about elements of the MOU, and procedures and protocols. So I am, and as I mentioned, we're going to be having some small group sessions to discuss as well. I think there's a lot of interest and engagement. I know that others have been sort of polling states on this, but we don't have a final signature in hand yet for an MOU. I think we're really encouraged by the amount of interest we're seeing on the state side.
Okay. Anybody else? All righty then. Thank you so much for your time, Gibby. We really appreciate it. Excellent presentation as always. Just so everybody else knows, we're going to commence again in about 10 minutes in the tracks. So go over to the track sessions and then click on join a specific track, and then make sure you click on join room again. All right. Thank you so much. We'll see you there shortly.
Our first presenter is Lee Rosebush, partner at Baker and Hostetler LLP. He's going to present on overcoming FDA concerns on a limited budget, but I'm not sure anybody can hear me here. Lee, is Lee here? Lee, can you unmute?
We go back to the green room.
Just make sure that's okay. Daddy's.
I can't hear anything.
Huh?
I can't. There's no audio at all. Oh, nobody can hear anything. Oh. Okay.
Okay, thanks for the forgiveness of the technical issues. So I am Jill Hunter, and I was a director of pharmacy in a 503B pharmacy, and I'm here to help you figure out how to do automation on a budget so that your CFO is happy with you and the FDA is happy with you at the end of the day. I have no conflicts of interest to disclose. The objectives: to understand the importance of working with the CFO to establish a minimum return on investment, establish vendors as partners and work with them to determine whether you need full automation, semi-automated, or a digital assistant to help you. Review implementation strategies required in-house by manufacturer validation as well as SOPs and training. And personally, my objective was always on the next page. And that personal objective was to avoid wearing orange, because I know if I make the wrong decision and someone dies, not only do I have the guilt of that on my consciousness, but I could be fined $250,000 for each person and spend a year in prison. So the question is automation actually worth it? The global market for pharmacy automation should grow from $5.1 billion in 2019 to $7.8 billion in 2024. And note that this was pre-COVID. I'm expecting that this number might even be higher, knowing that it's really hard for machines to transmit COVID. And I'm thinking that people are going to be automating even more than we expected originally. But they're showing a CAGR growth rate of 8.6%. And I'm watching in the past. I know that Lee Bush did a presentation in the opportunities track recently and was talking about the vending machine of the future. I'm going to take you back in time for just a minute. And I watched Baker sell pill counting systems come and go. I watched Script Pro come in and make a huge impact in retail pharmacy. Finally, I saw doses transform unit dosing. And at the same time, evolution happened in the IV world, where TPN compounders came in. And first they only did the main fluids. So then the next versions of TPN compounders came, and you could have electrolytes that didn't have to be added by hand. You could spike the vials and have the machine add everything for TPNs. And I've also watched dosage technology come in and add confidence to IV pharmacists who aren't watching what the technician's doing in the hood, but they can actually see afterward what actually happened. Now, this slide is busy. The main points I want to point out are that while a few occupations are fully automatable, 60% have at least of occupations can have at least 30% technically automatable activities within it. Think about what our technicians do every day. Our technicians are doing predictable physical activities, which is this part here on the slide. So predictable activities, physical activities, you have 81% success in automating that. So I'm thinking that the things that our technicians do routinely, the manual manipulations that they do, is where we can actually do the automation and see the bang for the buck. Next, I'm going to talk about a case study. And this was something that I faced in how to scale in a limited space, physical space in the building at a 503B compounding center. It was taking us, and these are generally massaged numbers. I'm not going to disclose anything from my prior employer. One batch of syringes was 1,000 syringes. It would take one compounding technician all day to compound. And then it would take more than 8 hours to visually inspect those 1,000 syringes the next day and to label them. So I see 3 opportunities here to be able to automate. Are you going to automate compounding? Are you going to automate visual inspection? Or are you going to automate labeling? So that's the one thing that I really want to look at is what are we going to do next? So the first thing, we looked at the Holy Grail. Well, let's automate the whole thing. Let's look at a machine that can compound and fill the syringes. You put in all the inputs and out the end spits a syringe that's filled. And what's great about this is I call it an enclosed robot. It's awesome because the inside environment is your ISO 5 environment and your chances of contamination are very low. The wrong potency is very unlikely to happen, and EM excursions would be very low. But it was too expensive. So we decided not to do that. But one thing I did look at is here, there's 4 different ways that they looked at the process: manual, robotic, semi-automatic, and robotic. On manual, they had technicians make different doses of acyclovir in a hood and see how many bags they could compound in an hour. And they ended up compounding an average of 5 bags an hour, plus or minus 1.7. The robot was actually slower than the technician because of the different doses. So it was on demand, tailor-made, and the robot could only do 4 bags an hour. Then we looked at a technician using a repeater pump and pooling the solution. So making a pooled solution, then using a repeater pump and pumping out different doses of acyclovir. They were actually able to do 12 bags an hour. And then a full robot who was only going to do 1 dose of acyclovir an hour at a time, or at least for that whole hour that they analyzed it, was only able to make 8 bags an hour. So it did not make sense to buy a robot that could only do 8 bags an hour on a standard solution, knowing, and we would be doing standard solutions in a 503B pharmacy, but it didn't make sense to do that, knowing that we were already using the semi-automatic option where we were able to compound 12 bags an hour. So we ruled out the compounding piece. The next piece was, can we get a visual inspection system that can inspect the syringes instead of having a human do it? And this is an example of a machine, Cognex Insight. They actually use this in big pharma, but the costs were even higher than that of a full compounding robot. So we decided to leave that to pharma and start looking at our last area of compounding: how to quickly and efficiently label syringes. There's an example of the syringes that we had, and this is a picture of, I'm guessing, because I didn't take the picture, about 500 syringes in that tote. A batch of 1,000 would have 2 totes that size. And so trying to figure out how to compound them ended up sometimes like this, except for this is not. Here we go. There we go. Okay, so I have a little video. So my point there was to show that if you get the right automation, it works. If you get the wrong automation, it doesn't work. And I think there are days that we have felt like Lucy on that line of going, oh my gosh, we are in over our heads and we need to work a little faster. So we need to determine what the right requirements of automation are before you actually go out and source a vendor. And I really recommend working with quality to determine these needs. Because if they don't meet your needs, even though it might be the best option that you can find, you still should not do it. They really need to meet your needs, or you're going to find that there's other parts of your process that fall apart after you put it into place. So I want you to pick top 3 vendors. Your CFO is going to want you to get quotes from 3 different vendors. So pick top 3 vendors that you're interested in, request product demos, ask for quotes from all 3. Ask them in the quote to say what the cost is and the time to deliver, because they might say, hey, it only costs $10,000 to do this, but it's going to take 3 years to deliver it to you. It's not going to work. So I just wanted to go into a quick demonstration of what full automation is, because videos tend to be worth 1,000 words. And then let me show you an example of a semi-automated machine, just so you get an idea of the difference. It's easy for me to show you. Okay, my presentation just went away. Give me a second to get it back up. Okay, we're back. Don't know why that died. So the next slide is to how do you calculate ROI? So what is ROI first? It's your return on investment. And how do you calculate it using, first you need to calculate what today's costs are for a batch. So just look at it that way. Is the loaded labor cost per hour, you're going to need to go to finance and ask the question. I think ours came in at $32 an hour or something around that. So it's the cost of the technician plus all of their benefits. Then you want to take the number of hours to produce a batch. So have someone actually time it, figure out how many hours it is to produce one batch. Then you look at the cost of the materials to produce that batch and take the loaded labor costs per hour, multiply by the number of hours, add in the cost of materials, and that's today's cost. Next thing you need to do is look at, say you were going from that center manual process, here, manual process in this area. So say you were going from that over to the semi-automatic process, you would need to look at, okay, well, in the semi-automatic process, I not only need to look at the pump that I'd be putting into place, I'd also need to buy a scale and possibly an HPLC machine. And those should be part of your cost, not in the cost of the actual, it's in your new cost of materials to produce a batch, but it doesn't go into the cost of the pump per se that you would be doing. And then in the robot scenario, you would simply be using the cost of the robot, and you wouldn't need anything else in that room. So now you need to do the same calculation and calculate your future cost. The estimated loaded labor cost per hour. Say you need to hire technicians at a higher price point because of what they're going to be doing. They need to be more skilled. That might increase your loaded labor cost per hour. It might also decrease because you don't need a skilled person to operate a machine. Estimate the number of new hours to join that batch, produce that batch, and then estimate the new cost of materials, including those extra things like the scale or the HPLC machine that you might need to do the new production method. So the same calculation as before, the loaded labor cost per hour times the number of hours, and then add in the new cost of materials, and that's your future cost. Look at how many batches you'll be able to produce a month. So take today's cost minus the future cost, multiply it by the number of batches per month, it equals your cost per month. Now is where you take your cost of the automation, this is the quote that you got from your vendor, and you divide that by the change in cost per month, and that equals your return on investment in months. I have a copy of this that you can download. It's an ROI calculator for you where you would input everything in purple, and the data in the black cells will auto-populate, so you can change your loaded labor cost per hour. I had $32 here. I have the cost of the automation is $70,000, had us producing 110 batches per month, and it was 4 hours to produce a batch. In the future, I still have 110 batches per month, but it would only take us 1 hour to produce that batch. As far as the labeling is concerned, the cost of labels per batch would be slightly less, so you'd be saving $3 a batch. There, I have wasted labels per batch would hopefully go down from $2 to $1, and the ink to print on the current labels is expensive, so it's $5 per batch, and having that drop down to $3. When all of this comes out, you get an ROI of 6.2 months. What I'm saying is, and this is a key learning for you, it's not one of the quiz questions at the end, but a key learning for you is that when a CFO sees an ROI of 6 months, they are going to approve that request and say, how come we didn't do this sooner? The magic number that a CFO looks for is 18 months on a return on investment. If you can show that by buying this machine and putting it into your pharmacy, that you will end up getting your money back, which is your return on investment, in 18 months or less, your CFO is going to say, yes, let's do it. They might say, are you sure? They might challenge you, but at least now I've told you like the magic of what you're looking for and how to make that CFO happy. So the next step is to write SOPs for the automation. Request an outline or skeleton from the vendor. They will have these in a lot of times if they've been working with industry before. So don't start from scratch. Start from a skeleton that they can provide for you. Have a vendor train a super user on your staff to be your in-house trainer. And then have quality review the SOP before going live with the automation. Basically, you're trying to make sure that quality has buy-in in this and that they look at things differently than pharmacists do. And they're your partners, so you want to make sure that they help you succeed. And so I still really recommend working with quality. The next part is the automation implementation timeline. This is actually slide 1 of 2, just to let you know there are 10 steps. And this will be part of the question at the end, is the order of events here. So the first is get your quote, then make your purchase. Then you're going to train the trainer. Next, you're going to validate. So you're going to, you can do the train the trainer before the machine actually gets implemented or brought into your facility. Next, you need to do a validation. And at the same time that you're doing validation, you can start writing your SOPs. Once the SOPs are written, you can train your staff. You can do your first production run. And then, because it's a production run, you're going to have your quality review, your release, and then you're going to go and you're going to ship the product to the customer. And I know this is second nature for all of you, but I just figured I'd put it in the timeline to make it easier to remember what goes where. So given all the information I've shared with you today, I'm hoping that you can see yourself wearing one of these 2 uniforms in the future. And I still go with the mantra, I don't look great in white, but I look worse in orange. So I'm definitely going for looking at wearing the white on the right. I want to say, just mention this quote here because I know this happens too much in pharmacy. It's the only real prison we have is fear, and the only real freedom is freedom from fear. And we need to treat our employees not like they're in prison or going to go to prison. And we need to have them work in environments not like Lucy and afraid of getting fired. We need them to work in environments where they feel supported, and then there's no fear of retaliation if they point out a mistake to you. And that's the only way that quality works. In a quality environment, you need to make sure that your employees are willing to be able to come to you with problems, with issues. I'm going to go over the ACPE questions. We're going to define ROI. When selecting a vendor, which of the following criteria is an absolute must-have? We're going to select the correct order of events to implement automation. And who's the best person to write your standard operating procedures? So the first question is to define ROI. Is it A, revenue of implementation, B, review of interest, C, return on investment, or D, ratio on interest rate? And I'm just going to say, I would think that most of you get that. Second question is, when selecting a vendor, which of the following criteria is an absolute must-have? A, lowest cost proposal, B, shortest time to delivery, C, full automation machine, or D, a vendor passed qualification? And I'm just going to say, you're not going to go with the lowest cost. You're not going to go with the person that can get it to you tomorrow. and you certainly probably can't afford a full automation in most 503Bs. Select the correct order of events to implement automation. A is you do your training, then you write your SOPs, then next you do your validation, and then you do your first production run. B is validation, then write SOPs, then do your training, and finally do your first production run. C is first production run, write SOPs, training, and then you validate last. D is write your SOPs, do your training, first production run, and then you validate last. And I think all of us know you have to validate what you're doing before you write your SOPs and do your training. You can do it simultaneously by writing SOPs, but you want to make sure everything's validated, everything works perfectly before you finalize your SOPs. Then do your training of your team, and then do your first production run is the last thing you're going to do. Who is the best person to write your standard operating procedures? That super user or trainer of your staff, a quality control team member. C is manufacturer of an automated device, basically outsource it, or D, director of pharmacy. I think everyone would agree that the best use of your time and money is that super user or trainer on your staff. Sure, a director of pharmacy is capable of doing it, but it is not worth their time to be spent doing that. If you want to download that ROI calculator, here's the link to it. You can get it in the notes afterward. And I just want to say, do you have any questions? I don't see any in the chat at this point. I am going to figure out how to stop sharing my screen. Okay, so are there any questions on our automation video today?
If there are any questions, you can just raise your hands or put them in the chat. No? Okay. Well, Jill, thank you very much. I'm sorry for the technical issues, but it was a really great presentation. We are going to all go for a break, and we're going to come back here at 2:45 East Coast time. All right. Thank you so much. Have a great, have a good half hour, and we'll see you all back. All right. Thanks, Jill.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hey, Vivian. Is Operation Zoom free? Can I change
Yeah.
the schedule now? So the thing for now.
Yeah.
Should I set it for 2:45?
Yeah. But I was going to see if we could bring in the panelists a little bit early for the next sessions so we can test their mics and everything. And Dan is still struggling to get in as a host. We need to fix that.
Did you hear me when I tried to, after Jill started speaking, I tried to talk?
Okay, then we will keep the room open. And I'm just going to change
Will
the
you-
name and everything. Okay?
Which name? You mean Dan's name?
The name of the schedule? No, the name of the everything. I'll take care of that. Don't worry about that.
What do you mean the name of the schedule?
Mute.
Oh.
Mute.
Oh, shit. Okay.
How about now? Okay. And then there's still no camera, right? Okay. All right. Everybody can hear me. I guess I'll just jump in. I don't have a camera. I don't know. It's not showing for some reason, but we'll go ahead and get started here. All right. All right. Bye. Okay. Sorry. We're going to have to rush through this here. We're way behind. And I'll kind of try to move through this as quickly as possible. My name is Christopher Lee, and I am presenting on production efficiency and scale. My background is in pharma manufacturing, in particular 503B, and I'm a pharmacist by trade. So I've kind of been involved in the compounding industry for quite some time, all the way from the small mom and pops compounder to very, very large scale compounding and manufacturing. There's a disclosure statement. I have no financial conflicts of interest. Our objectives for the presentation is to discuss a little bit some of the techniques and mechanisms for assessing your current capabilities as a facility, primarily in terms of your production system and what you can do and how you can grow and scale. Determine different barriers to scalability. Develop a production URS, and so really this is just kind of a document or a roadmap that helps you grow your business and scale your operation. And then also talk just very briefly about the importance of validating and the implementation of those changes, particularly in a GMP environment. All right, so how can you get to where you want to be if you don't know where you are? This is really, really important. So a lot of folks will kind of jump into a new business opportunity before they really assess whether or not it's something they can handle. Something that they have even the expertise to jump into, and whether or not it even makes sense to do it. Not every opportunity is really a great opportunity. So looking first at understanding what your current capabilities are and kind of a way to determine what your costs are in general for your operation, understanding what your limitations are. So one of the first places to start is to look at time studies. And so this is really on the micro level of a time study. It's kind of like process time analysis. So this is where you do observation of your current production system. And this is really going to help you on the costing model side, and then also determine whether or not you have the capacity to grow with your current processes the way that they are. Meaning, and I say don't say grow rather, but scale with your current processes. So some of the different types of time studies you can do are just getting an idea of what it takes to produce a single sellable unit, looking at the different product lines that you have, understanding how many total units you can produce within a 24-hour cycle, and then in that 24-hour cycle, how many hours are you actually utilizing? And so this gives you an idea of what capacity your facility has currently, without any changes, right? So if you look at your personnel, aside from personnel, sorry, you can always add additional personnel to work at multiple shifts, things like that. But in terms of your actual facility, with no enhancements, changes to facility equipment, et cetera, this will help give you an idea of what capacity you could theoretically grow into. Post-production time studies, this is really looking at, on a GMP side, in addition to the production, what does it take to review release batches, the quality components, looking at any associated deviations and investigations to close those out, trying to understand how those impact that release time and that release curve, in terms of sellable units and delays. Also, testing turnaround time, shipping to your third party contract lab, et cetera. And then also the time to package and ship product. And then you have administrative time studies, which is looking again at, because if you do, as you grow your business, you're going to have more documents, you're going to have more batch records, you're going to have more things that need to be routed and approved through your change management system. And do you have the current capacity to do that? How long does it take on average to modify a document and route it through your quality system for approval? And then kind of looking at the macro level, right, which is there's a technique utilized called work sampling. And this is more or less an idea to get an idea of what your production system looks like in terms of idle time. And the principles of a work sampling study is that it needs to be very representative, not unlike a clinical trial where the larger the population size you have, the better, and the more representative it is. This is kind of what you want to do. The upside to doing these sort of macro time studies or work sampling is that it's not very labor intensive to do that, right? You don't have a stopwatch out. what you're doing is you're randomly just showing up to your production, to your, let's say your technicians on the floor that are doing production, and evaluating sort of binary, right? Yes or no. Are they physically working at that time, or are they kind of standing around? And that's not necessarily to identify any individual issues that you have, but more in your production system. Are your technicians working all the time, or is there a lot of downtime that you have within your system, whether it be transitioning product from one place to the other, waiting on quality to maybe release a room, things like that. And so it's kind of, it gives you kind of a high level picture of what exactly what type of efficiency that your facility has. There's some statistics around this that I'm not going to go into, and frankly we're kind of rushing through this, so I want to make sure we get to a point where folks can ask questions, and we can have a little bit of discussion. All right, so capacity. Capacity is really, you're looking at what your batch sizes are, how many total units you can produce, and it's important, I'll kind of jump to the last line here, that you evaluate your capacity based on 24/7. So there's one where is what is your current production, what are you producing now, and then your capacity is what you can grow into, without any major changes to your facility or adding any equipment, right? It's purely just additional hours, more personnel. So what are you producing if you're working your personnel, Monday through Friday on a single shift? How do you grow into that facility without any major capital investments? Meaning, you know, moving to a second shift, then maybe moving to a third shift, and then expanding onto weekends, sort of a 24-hour schedule. So understanding what your building is essentially capable of handling from a capacity perspective, notwithstanding the additional personnel requirements that are gonna be there. And then really quickly, just touch on this, larger batches versus more batches, right? That's something to think about when you talk about a scalable process. Kind of understanding costs and analyzing costs, and Jill touched on this in the presentation prior. Just getting an idea of what exactly it costs to produce a single sellable unit. And this is not just, I see a lot of folks kind of stop at the materials that go into the product, but there's just so much more than that, right? So not only is it your inputs and materials, but also the personnel. Again, understanding the time it takes to produce one single unit and the cost of personnel associated with that, including administrative personnel, quality, QC testing, et cetera. Understanding what your testing costs are and wrapping that into your sellable units, so you understand how those impact your per unit costs. Even your utilities for your facility are going to impact, right, what your potential per unit cost is. And then repair, maintenance of your clean room facility, equipment, et cetera. All of that can be averaged out and fixed, added to the cost, right? So you can get a real true understanding of what type of margins you're dealing with when you're looking at your product, and how growing or scaling your business can help reduce these. Looking specifically at inputs here, we're talking about raw materials and some ways that you can, reduce your costs in raw materials. And I think many of you are already aware of these things. But certainly when you look at your APIs, we're talking about, gram per gram, relatively expensive items for the most part. And so, one of the ways you can reduce the cost of this, and something to look at, is just buying in larger quantities, and whether it makes sense from a commercial perspective to purchase larger quantities. Are you going to be able to use the product before it expires or hits its retest date? And do you have a mechanism in place to retest that product and extend the dating on it? Production components, again, all about how many you're buying. So you're looking at discounts for potentially increasing your order size, and reducing the number of times you order, but ordering larger quantities to get a better per unit price. One of the limitations to that, obviously, on production components is going to be warehousing space. And a lot of the clients that we work with, is one of the main things that we see a failure to plan when they're building their facility is on the storage, right? Is on the warehousing space. You've got, as you grow your business, you've got finished product that's got to be stored. You've got components that have to be stored, and you may be kind of stuck in what you can actually hold on site and how you can reduce costs of different components. And then your consumables, like your clean room supplies, your QC materials, like your growth media, sample plates, et cetera. Again, a lot of this comes down to the facilities and equipment you have in place, and whether or not you have a place to store these items. If they're potentially temperature controlled, need a controlled environment, you're going to have limitations there. So it's just something to consider in your cost analysis of your inputs and how you can modify that. Personnel, of course, would be looking at your production personnel, but not just specifically who's touching units and making units, but also QA, quality control, your administrative team, so your leadership, like accounting, HR, all the administration that goes into your business, and then your support personnel, whether this be if you have a contracted cleaning company, or you have personnel that are dedicated to cleaning, warehouse, shipping, et cetera. So there's a lot more than just the technicians that are putting product into the container closure that needs to be evaluated. All right, so facilities and equipment. Again, I mentioned utilities before, but also taxes, right? You need to look at potentially if you wanted to isolate the cost of a particular product or process, you could look at one of the things you can use to kind of understand the cost per unit when you're breaking down into utilities and taxes is to allocate a production area, right? What percentage of your facility is being utilized to produce that product, and then what percentage of time is essentially being utilized to produce that product. And that'll give you an idea of how these different components can feed into your per unit costs. Again, storage is important as well. You may have, let's say, the difference between an IV bag product and, say, a syringe product, in which you can store a lot more individual units of syringes within a particular area or volume of space, say in one pallet position, than you can of a 1 liter IV bag. And so the effect, if you will, of the cost of that space on that unit is going to be higher, say for an IV bag. And then equipment. So looking at the cost of your equipment and making sure that it's adequately depreciated, and then looking at your runtime versus downtime. And again, Jill touched on that a little bit with ROI on equipment. So it's important to understand those figures when you're looking at doing a cost analysis for your equipment and what it's doing for you. All right, so we're going to talk a little bit about scalability and really what this means and kind of how to build systems that are scalable. So first, we need to understand why. Why are we looking to increase or grow our operation? Why are we looking to scale? What are we trying to do? Is there an increased demand for what we're currently offering? Are we trying to just overall improve efficiency of our operation? Are we looking at reducing costs? Are we looking at potential market opportunities? Do we really, really, really understand what it is our customers looking for, what they need, and do we really need to scale, right? Because a huge mistake you can make is starting to implement scalable systems before your business is really ready to do that. For instance, it'd be introducing maybe a very, very expensive automated solution before you really, really need to have that automated solution, and you've actually kind of grown into your capacity without it. Same with maybe a very robust EQMS system, and whether or not it makes sense to move into that type of a scalable system at the time that you're in right now, because those things can be quite expensive, and you want to make sure that you're doing it for the right reasons. Okay, so just first is kind of understanding what is scalability or what is a scalable process, because people talk about scalability and they talk about growing as if they're the same thing, and that's really not the case, right? So when you look at a scalable process and what is scalable, it's really the ability of your process, or let's say a component of your process, to handle an increased volume or increased interaction or contribution by personnel without really having to change it. And so what I mean by that is, let's say if you take a document management system that's on a paper-based system where you have to fill out a lot of forms, and those forms have to change hands from person to person to person, that's not really a scalable process, because the more documents you have and the more people that are interacting with that system, you're going to easily hit capacity, and you're going to get to a point where you can't really grow within that space. Whereas an EQMS system that is electronic is really doing a lot of the moving of the paper, and it's all about just licenses and logging in, and that's a scalable process, right? A small operation and a very, very large manufacturing facility can both operate on the same QMS system if it's electronic, right? So are all processes scalable? No. Are all products scalable? No. Particularly in the 503B space, when we're talking about let's say sterile to sterile compounded processes versus a bulk API to a sterile finished product process, as many of you know in your experience, the sterile to sterile processes are generally not scalable or very difficult to grow into very large batch sizes with those products, right? Because it's all very, very manual. And the only way to really make more product is to have more people and have more hoods. it's very difficult to run batch sizes that can reach what you can get if you're producing product from bulk, and then the rate limiter is really just the filling of the product rather than having to actually compound these individual units in a sterile manner. So what are the primary gaps to scale? And this is really what everyone needs to understand when they're looking at growing their business or scaling their operations or developing a scalable operation. And that is these are primary functions of that, right? Is personnel is a potential huge gap. Not necessarily who do you have right now, but who can you get? Or is your facility in a location or in an area where you have access to a qualified labor pool? A lot of facilities are in areas that are not particularly filled with people who are qualified to do this type of work or can easily be trained or have the education, experience, et cetera. And decisions like that are made to save cost on buildings and, whether it be building or taxes or whatever reasons, there's many reasons for a business to choose to kind of be in the middle of nowhere. But one of the things that happens when you do that is you don't have access to personnel. And so it becomes very difficult to grow your business. Infrastructure. So this would be looking at your current facility. Does your facility have that space, right? You may have a ton of clean room space that you can scale with, right? That you can do large batches with. But if your warehouse space, if it was a afterthought, right, then you have no place to put everything you're making. You have no place to order the additional components you need to do larger batches and to reduce your costs. So that's really, really important. Also systems, right? Do you have an EQMS system, or are you fully in a paper-based quality management system that's very labor intensive? Again, understanding that there's nothing wrong with that. And in some cases, we encourage clients that we work with to stay with a paper system, because one of the things you lose when you go to an electronic system is you lose flexibility, right? So you may increase some efficiency, but in the very beginning, when you're growing very fast and you have to make things happen very quickly, you tend to lose some of that flexibility when you're an electronic system. So understanding whether that is a true gap, whether or not you can overcome that. Funding, everyone knows that. Everyone's dealt with this in any facilities. I used to run production facilities, and cash flow is key, right? When you're looking at growing or you can't you can't add scalable systems. You can't add you can't grow. You can't add personnel if you don't have some funding to make that happen. And then marketing and sales, right? So does it make sense when you're building your operation, when you're growing your operation? Do you have the ability to reach into that market and to make it sort of worth scaling? Or are you going to build a situation where you're producing a lot of product and then you're burning it when it's hitting expiry because you're not able to move it? And are you targeting the right customer, right? It's certainly when you're looking at a large scale operation or you're increasing your scale, do you want to sell one box of 10 units to 1,000 customers, or would you rather sell your entire batch to one customer? All right, so I'm going to kind of rush through this again. So just understanding a URS, it applies primarily, that terminology is applied primarily to like customized, automated equipment or software where you're building a user requirement specification. In this case, if you're truly wanting to scale your business or grow your business, it's important to write all this stuff down, right? And really, really analyze it. Make sure that you understand where you are, that you understand where you want to be. Or otherwise you could just be heading in the wrong direction, thinking with good intentions that you're moving in the right direction, but it's not truly solving your problem. So are you looking to, again, understanding what the goal of this growth is, or the scalability you're trying to do, or the increase in efficiency? Are you trying to get more output of current products? Are you trying to add new products? Are you trying to reduce the cost or increase the efficiency, right? And then building that into a document that becomes the roadmap and sort of guide to move forward is so important, rather than just kind of thinking of things and making a decision on the fly without really doing some comprehensive analysis. And then again, one of the things that you never ever want to do, particularly in a GMP environment, is you're never sacrificing quality to gain efficiency, right? You're never gonna implement or develop a system that says, okay, let's say in a paper-based system, for instance, well, if we can cut 5 of these steps out in how we review this documentation or review this batch record, we can release batches, faster. Well, if those steps are there for a reason and they increase the quality of the product, even though and provide an additional set of checks and balances, that's not a place you want to skim, right? Okay, so understanding the assessment and closing the gaps is really what you're doing with your URS, right? So you've kind of analyzed where you're at, what your capacity is, what your costs are. You've determined what your potential gaps are to that growth plan or what you're trying to do. And then when you write this URS, when you write this master document, you're basically trying to understand how you're going to close the gaps. It's really your plan, right? So do you need new leadership? What new leadership positions do you need? What level of qualification, experience, education do they need? Do you have a culture internally for growth? Having worked with lots of different operations from small to very, very large operations, if your company does not have a culture for change and growth and working sort of a fast-paced environment that's constantly evolving, that can be a huge challenge, right? If they're all very comfortable doing what it is that they do on a day-to-day basis, are you going to put them in a position where they're very, very uncomfortable now, having to do new things, maybe having to work slightly longer hours, et cetera? You need to be able to understand whether you need to make changes from a culture perspective in your organization before you implement these things. Understanding if there's any infrastructure requirements that you have in closing those. Again, we talk about EQMS because it's probably one of the easiest ways that you can get a lot of bandwidth from your quality group by implementing a system like that. Looking at inventory management, very, very important. Adding equipment, potentially automated equipment that's going to help you be more efficient and that is scalable, right? So we talk about automated equipment is generally very, very, very scalable. People are not. And then facilities. Do you need to enhance your current facility? For instance, is a new product that you're going to be potentially implementing require a different set of engineering controls, right? So you need to increase the robustness of your facility, or do you need to expand? And primarily there, what I'm talking and where I see the failure the most is in warehouse space, the expansion of warehouse space. And then marketing and sales. What's your growth plan? What's your strategy? What type of personnel are you going to require to make it so that it's worth it for you to make all these changes? All right. So major components of the plan: cost. We talked about how important funding is, and understanding this is key, right? So what is the cost of all these different components we're going to talk about? I'm not going to go through these one at a time. And then what is your timeline? And it's important that you build a very detailed project plan of what all these lead times are. And that's going to help you balance some of when capital investment needs to be made and make it so that, folks aren't writing big, massive checks for whether it be facilities or equipment before it's necessary. And you're basically draining your cash flow either too early or too late, right? I mean, to be in a scenario where if you don't plan out properly, you're adding on all this capacity potentially on, let's say, a warehousing side, but you're not properly timing when equipment's going to come online. So now you have all this space that can be used and a bunch of people sitting around waiting for, let's say, an automated filling system to be up and running, rather than trying to get all of that to time out where it's coming online at the same time and you're working in a very efficient way. If you never put this down on paper, if you never build a plan, you're going to miss your targets all the time. And I should say you're probably going to miss targets even when you plan. But without a plan, it's guaranteed to happen, and those misses are going to be much, much larger. All right, so implementation and validation. This will be really, really quick. I just kind of want to get to where we're in Q&A. All right, so just understanding this is probably the most important part from a quality perspective and from a GMP compliance perspective is understanding what these changes in your production system, your increases in scale, whether it be construction or whether it be implementation of some sort of infrastructure electronic system like EQMS or automation, what is it going to do to your current production system, and how does it impact that, right? So are we talking about we have to make a facility change that's going to impact our current production where we can't make product for a particular amount of time? How are we going to get ahead of that? Are we going to produce additional lots, work extra hours for the weeks prior to that downtime so that we have extra inventory to sell? You need to look at, again, what type of loss and flexibility we're going to have if we implement some sort of automated electronic system. Do we have any skills or talents gaps, right? You may have a ton of great technicians working for you, but none of them have ever worked with an automated system before. And so there's going to be some gaps that are going to be there Do you have even, potentially access to mechanical engineering company or a mechanical engineer on site? When you add automated systems, while they are great and they are very efficient and they can certainly improve your ability to grow as a business, they come with a whole separate set of challenges, right? And are you prepared to overcome that? Lead time delays, you may identify a potential new product or process and need some sort of a single-use disposable assembly, which theoretically is going to save you a lot of time on the validation side. But, are there supply chain issues? This is something we ran into with a few of our clients that were using a disposable customized system. And, a company where lead times are normally 4 weeks for these custom systems, it turned into 6 to 9 months. And, you could very easily be in a situation, and sometimes it's unforeseeable, but very easily be in a situation where everything's ready to go. You've made all the investments, you have all the automation, you have all the people, but you just can't get the supplies. And those things happen, unfortunately. And then any vendor related delays, right? So you've got to qualify your vendors in a GMP facility. Maybe you need to test, you're going to have a new product you're going to bring online, and there's delays from your contract lab in validating that product. So keys to success here in implementing these systems and growing is really robust project management. I mean, if you are trying to take it to the next level and compete on a very high level of scalability and output, it's important that you look into having a project manager or working with a company that can help you with project management. And this individual really has to understand what they're doing. They have to be detailed and consistent, and they have to make sure they're working with the right people to make those decisions. Understanding how to manage your budget, very important, right? So make sure you always create a buffer in your budget for unforeseen costs. Understanding what that could be, basically looking at what your cost is and maybe adding potentially 5 to 10% to what your budget is to cover any issues that might occur. And issues are going to occur. Technicians are going to make mistakes when they're formulating a new product. Going to have machines that are down, things are going to get broken. This is just the way it is. And then understanding to communicate changes in the timeline very, very fast. What I say is, kind of fail fast. I know people don't like to fail, but failures are going to occur, particularly in the R&D phase. And the faster you can get to a point where you fail, the faster you can correct it. Create a system that prevents failures. Let's put it that way. And then, mitigate knowledge and personnel gaps. So one of the things you can look at, again, is, is there a possibility to work with consulting or staff augmentation to allow you, if you are in a place where you don't have access to skilled and qualified individuals and kind of labor pool is looking a little bleak, there are certainly ways that you can fill those gaps very, very quickly. And then validation and compliance. Again, any of these changes, they have to go through change management. That takes time. It's important to look at your impact analysis on your quality of your product and the validated state of your product and processes. Understanding how to validate and qualify new processes and personnel and equipment. And as always, document. It's just so important that this component happens. People tend to pull the trigger really fast on automation, equipment, et cetera, but they don't, properly route it through their system. And it can get really, really easy to do that and kind of take things out of the real flow through your quality system when you're trying to do things really, really quickly and manage this growth and enhance your facility, but also still trying to run your facility at your current capacity, right? Because you don't want to lose production and lose opportunity. All right, so that is that. Let me kind of jump into the questions real quick. So it's a true or false. In today's market, compounding facilities should take every opportunity presented to them. I'll kind of leave that open. I don't know if anybody wants to try to answer that, or I'll just kind of jump through this. And this is somewhat of an opinion, and I didn't get a chance to touch on it too much, having blown through the presentation pretty quickly. But no, right? So, it's false. Now, it might seem like you want to take the opportunity that's presented to them, but I can tell you from experience that generally speaking, when you go into a facility and they're offering 400, 500, 600 SKUs, there's going to be some serious quality issues that are associated with a small facility trying to operate. Even a large GMP facility is not going to be able to offer 400 or 500 different products and maintain a decent quality. So it's going to be very, very, very challenging, right? So it's about identifying the right opportunities. It's not about taking every single opportunity that comes to you, because when you do that, you might, you have to evaluate opportunity costs. In many situations, it would always be better if you could just make a lot more of something you already make and sell every bit of it, rather than making 500 things. Okay, so which of the following are all considered significant barriers to scale? And I can't hear anyone else if they're talking, so but I can see chat. All right, this is all of the above. Piece of cake, easy question. All of these are considered barriers to scale and have to be sort of addressed when you're looking at growing your business or adding scalable processes or equipment or systems. And then last, true or false, if you've been making a product for years, scaling up a production does not require any further validation. And that's mostly false. Obviously, if you're going to scale or add automation to your process, that needs to be validated. Major changes in batch size need to be addressed through some level of validation. If you haven't already covered that in previous validation, particularly say media fills, for instance, you can't go from making a batch size of 100 to a batch size of 5,000 without making some change in validation. And no, I can't hear anyone else. If anyone's talking. So that is all I have. If anyone has any questions, please type it in the chat because I don't think I have any audio. Definitely some technical difficulties here in this room. Potentially try to unmute if you can. Nothing? All right. I will I guess go ahead and wrap up. If anyone has any questions or wants to chat offline, please feel free to shoot me an email here at kle@amicusgmp.com, and we can set up a call just to have any discussions or if you have any questions about this presentation or subject matter. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
So yes,
Yeah,
I do work
there we go.
in full discretion. He's my husband.
That was my other question. I know it's the same last name. So.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, I listened to his talk earlier. That was interesting on the provider affiliation agreements and stuff. I didn't realize that was really taking off as much as it is. So, interesting.
Mhm.
Wow, this is going to be a seamless launch here. Well, we'll give it 2 minutes, but nothing could go wrong from here.
Right. Lou, since this is a roundtable, are the other attendees going to be able to join in and chat, or how's that going to work?
I think Lou is muted.
I mean, I've prepared some material. We could kind of go through that. I've recently noticed the Board of Pharmacy pay particular attention to specific things when they're visiting the pharmacies, and certain food for thought as it relates to vaccinations, point of care testing, CLIA waivers. So we can maybe begin the process by just highlighting those topics and then just allowing others to contribute.
Uh-huh.
Lou's actually on the next slated agenda item at 4:35. I think that's just a placement error. So I don't think he's actually here. It's just you two.
Who said I wasn't here?
There we are.
Who said I wasn't here?
This is my mistake. Forgive me.
Hey,
You're
look,
here. How are you?
I'm not all here, but I'm here.
You're enough. So my mistake. You're on this fireside chat?
Yeah, I'm gonna listen in. Why? I'm not welcome?
Dude, you uplift us. You make us better.
Oh, listen to this. Listen to this.
All right. So this is our 340 roundtable event, pandemic SOPs, today and the future. Elizabeth Park, Peter Koshland, and Lou DiOrio. I think we have our best launch of the day slated here. I'm going to let you guys take it away. There's no video or presentation upload. Nothing to go wrong.
Okay, I could begin. And I'm Elizabeth. My background is regulatory consulting. It's not very specific to compounding. I'm more focused on really working with community pharmacies, particularly long-term care, and establishing their standards of practice to ensure compliance, both state and government. Can you guys hear me? My microphone is a little far away. Okay. So that's really my background. I do run a consultancy firm called Simplified Medicine, where I employ different types of specialists and experts, all types, going from pharma to compounding, sterile and non-sterile. So that's kind of what I do, to give you a background of where some of this information is coming from. I've noticed that lately, we have the Board of Pharmacy self-assessment that lists all the minimum required policies and procedures, and most pharmacies comply by either working with a consultant to produce those or purchase them pre-made. And they sit on the desk for years and years in their, original shrink wrapping. But I've realized that lately, when they're coming into the pharmacies, they're requiring the pharmacies to have policies and procedures on COVID, whether they're providing vaccines or not, whether they're doing point of care testings or not. And I realize there's an abundance of resources that is made available to pharmacies, but there's just so much. So I hope to identify some of the main ones that I think pharmacies need to have, both for the protection of their own employees themselves, and also so that they know what to do in the event one of their staff members tests positive, both in terms of compensation for their staff personnel and also safety precautions for at work exposure and whatnot. And so we'll kind of go through, highlight the things that I've mentioned within the policies, and I recommend for all pharmacies to have this, even though it's very basic. It's very, very basic, but the information is critical, and the board really requires pharmacies to have this conveyed to all their employees. So that's kind of my bring on today's talk.
Yeah, I guess I'm coming at it more as the owner's perspective. So I have a compounding only 503A pharmacy in San Francisco. We have about 35 employees. And I'm glad this is a roundtable, because if I had done a PowerPoint for this 2 months ago, it would be completely outdated, because things have continued to change. Clearly early on in the pandemic, it was all about protecting our staff primarily, and then also trying to maintain service to our customers and making sure that we could get the medication supply and make sure that their needs were being met, and kind of balancing all that out. Now we've gotten to a situation where we've actually gotten our entire staff vaccinated. So we did a big push to get that happen, to get 100% vaccinations. I'd love to talk to you, Elizabeth, a little bit about some of the legal allowances around requiring vaccinations. We did not require vaccinations. We just highly encouraged. I really did a sales job with my staff to say, let's just get everyone vaccinated, and here's the reasons why. And thankfully for us, that really worked. And we got 100% adoption. And so now we're really thinking about, how do we get back to normal? How do we unwind all of these restrictions in a really thoughtful way? Of course, with the legal ramifications, and we have a very robust SOP for COVID that we present to our staff constantly, so that they're really up to speed. One of the things we faced during the middle of the pandemic was just fatigue, like we saw from everybody, and just kind of reminding people to stay vigilant. And my big concern was just spreading COVID throughout the staff, since we were still showing up to work every day in compounding pharmacy. You can't do it from home. So fortunately, we were able to kind of continue to communicate that. And now we're working with our staff to think about how we're going to kind of return to quote unquote normal. And obviously the legal requirements around that are important. But I think just as important for us are the emotional, social feelings about, from our staff and our patients about what they're comfortable with, and really trying to take the temperature of our entire staff and, make sure that we're doing things in a really thoughtful way, and that their voices are heard, so that we're not putting people in situations that they feel really uncomfortable with. Even if we're doing the legally correct thing, we want to make sure that we're also doing something that gets everybody really feeling safe as we start to kind of unravel these strict restrictions around our COVID protocols. So that's kind of where we're at now, and I'd love to hear thoughts on that. I certainly can talk more about what we've been doing as well. So,
okay, should we just jump in?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll throw the first topics out there. I mean, we obviously know how to identify the signs and symptoms of COVID, but at the same time, we don't, because it's ever evolving. So that I think the most appropriate source that I always like to identify is the CDC, that on a routine basis, they kind of identify the things that can give us an idea if the patient may or may not have COVID. But the important thing to notice here, and I'm going to come from the point of the perspective where trying to clear up any misinformation that we have heard or seen, is that signs and symptoms may appear 2 to 14 days after the exposure to COVID, the virus. So a lot of people come in and say, we don't have the signs and symptoms, we don't have fever, we're fine, we don't need to wear a mask, or we've received the vaccine. We're pharmacists. We know the vaccine has, identified several strains and the most common ones, but it's not all of them. So it is still very safe practice to keep your social distance 6 feet apart, wear your masks, hand hygiene, but also at the same time to spread awareness that these symptoms may appear 2 to 14 days after. So if you don't have symptoms, if you don't present with fever, does not mean you don't have COVID. It is hopefully unlikely, but at the same time, it does not completely eliminate the fact that you may have COVID. So please practice, all the precautionary measures. So I think that's my first pet peeve, if I'd like to say, when people come.
Can I jump in there, Elizabeth, and just share something? We realized because of that there was a hole in our COVID protocol where when we had a policy that if somebody was exposed to a family member or a person direct exposure of a COVID positive person, then that was considered an exposure, and they had to take 14-day quarantine and get 2 successive negative COVID tests before coming back to work. But what we didn't think of were people who live in families where somebody had symptoms. And so they hadn't gotten their positive test back, but family members that they were living with had presented with symptoms of COVID. And actually that person had come to work. The next day, their family member tested positive, and then that person tested positive. So we actually closed that loophole later to make sure that if somebody in your household that you live with has symptoms, then we're considering that an exposure until that person has a negative test or you have 2 successive negative tests. So I think that's a really important point. It's really out there. It's important to try and get all that in there. But.
So, thank you for sharing that experience. Those are the 2 things I always like to begin with when I'm hired to speak about COVID, just to educate, to spread that awareness that because we have the vaccine also, it doesn't mean that we're completely covered. There are new and evolving strains. That's what viruses do. They evolve. And so the second thing that kind of brings us to the separate issue is testing. We have tests that are made available, and as pharmacists, we know that there's 2 types of tests. There's the antibody, and then there's so there's a viral test, and then there's the antibody test. So a lot of people, the common public does not know how to differentiate the 2. So when their employers, non-pharmacy related employers, offer these 2 options of testing for them to go back to work, they test one of them. So if they test positive for an antibody, yes, they may have had exposure at the very beginning, but they're no longer positive. Or if they have, or if they test negative for the viral test, it may also mean that they still don't have the viral load necessary to test positive for COVID. So one thing I like to really educate on staff members, and this is not really directed towards pharmacists because pharmacists know, but the staff in pharmacy includes the clerks, the cashiers, the techs, and it's just to educate them on the 2 types of COVID tests. So if you test, for example, positive for a COVID-19 by a viral test, I have a specific policy that they follow. And if you test negative for a COVID-19 test, I let them know that that's only at the time of testing. So you can't go out drinking at a bar if you test negative, and then you might get exposure at that point. So it's also letting them know what it is you're testing them for, just providing that education and the distinction between the 2 types of tests that are available. So I think that's one other point I like to highlight. I know, Peter, when you were saying earlier about temperature checks, one issue that I've had with pharmacies is employees like to maintain the confidentiality of having their temperatures checked. So one way we came about a process to make that work is to have the temperature checks happen before the employees enter the facility, and develop essentially a shoe box with a thermometer on top, clarifying what is a temperature, what indicates that they may have a fever and are febrile, and having them take their own temperatures, write their names, write the temperatures, identify any of the symptoms that we may want them to let us know if they have, and if the temperature is below, 100.8 or whatnot, let them come into the pharmacy, but at least nobody sees their temperature readings before they walk into the pharmacy. And at the end of the day, the PIC or the owner can go and verify that everyone that has worked that day has in fact followed that policy. That was the only way that we could think of to maintain confidentiality of the temperature reading, so to keep the identity of the employee with a fever confidential because, of common fears. So,
yeah, we actually used our pharmacy software that we use to maintain our daily processes, and we built in a pre-screening for every employee that would check their temperature and actually have them go through the symptoms and also check that they don't have any of the symptoms. Because it's a pretty long list, and we kind of think everyone remembers that list. Oh, maybe they forgot that loss of smell or taste is something that we would consider the indicative symptom. So we actually built that into software. They would walk in with a computer at the front counter. They'd check their temperature, plug that in, click save, confidentially into your profile, and then if all the answers were correct, then they could proceed with going on to the big work. So
That's very robust. That'd be ideal if most pharmacies could do that. It's just technically difficult for the smaller independent communities. But I suppose the compounding ones at least will have that opportunity, given that they hopefully share similar softwares.
So what are your thoughts about vaccination now that that's becoming a real option for pharmacies? Hopefully most of the people now who are at least on this call have had the opportunity to get most of their staff, if not all, vaccinated.
Mm-hmm.
From a legal perspective, what is the guidance around that?
I mean, I could give my personal opinion on that issue. Yes, absolutely. We need to take advantage of the vaccine that's available, the strains that have been identified. I personally have been quarantined at home, so working from home. I have not left my house, so I've taken a step away to allow those that need the vaccine to get it before myself. I did get opportunity to receive it sooner because I was a healthcare worker, but I didn't want to cut in line. So my husband and I both will receive the vaccine. We have twin baby boys, so we'll have to get it sooner now that we feel like we're eligible. But definitely need to get it now that we've identified those few strains. But I do think that the COVID vaccine will likely be like the flu vaccine, where yearly they'll identify the most common strains that are available, and those strains will be the ones that are most important for that specific year. As it relates to, prioritizing, I think the vulnerable population is the one that needs to get it most importantly first. My background is with geriatrics. Geriatrics is my training. So I always encourage the elderlies with comorbidities to prioritize them in line. I'm an advocate of the vaccine, but there's not much more I could say because I haven't really done a deep dive into understanding any side effect or hearing of any side effects that would be so detrimental that would cause for me to have fear and not get the vaccine.
Yeah, so now that we've had our entire staff vaccinated, we're starting to roll back some of our requirements based on some of the CDC recommendations and just general sentiments around our staff. We're taking it in a very gradual approach. We did wait until the final and last person on our staff had gotten their second shot and had waited 14 days, which is per the CDC guidelines. That full immunity is assumed at that point. So we have now taken away our initial temperature screening and symptom screening for all staff. We've also taken away the 14-day quarantine for symptoms, and we've turned that into a 3-day quarantine just for general health and wellness of our staff. We're assuming that COVID is not going to spread rampantly through our staff now that they're robustly vaccinated. We're allowing people to sit together at lunch. And that's pretty much where we left it. We're still not having people come into the store. I think we're maybe more conservative in that regard. And we're not letting vendors come in for like FedEx, UPS. They're still letting stuff outside the pharmacy. So that's kind of where we're at now, and we're kind of trying to figure out next steps and phase in how to do that. Interestingly, we also we've always had almost universal masking and gloving requirements. We've allowed people to not have to wear gloves. We've allowed people, unless they're obviously in the hood or something like that, where they need particular compounding. But interestingly, people have kind of, people are just sticking with what they're comfortable with. I think interestingly, people have adapted to the requirements around masking, gloving, distancing, and just because we've just said, okay, we can lighten up, they're really not doing it. They're still very cautious, and so we're going to see how different employees respond to their comfort level with kind of re-engaging to a pre-pandemic way of life. Even like in our break area, everyone had to sit 6 feet apart. Now we're saying you can sit next to somebody since you're all vaccinated, and that's also per CDC guidelines. People still aren't doing it because it just feels weird now to sit next to somebody because they're so used to thinking that's dangerous. So it is interesting. I think that's kind of the current state we're in. And in, in the next coming months, it's going to change again. And probably throughout the year, we're going to see different ways of kind of adapting to a new normal. We're going to reemerge to something that wasn't pre-pandemic. It's going to be something new that's going to incorporate probably some of what we've known. So I think that's interesting. That's kind of where we're at with our pharmacy as of today. All the stuff that's happening in the last 2 weeks. So.
Mm-hmm. A lot of the clients I consult, there are quite a few of them, they've been hesitant to loosen up their policies, even with the vaccinations. And when they've asked for my advice, I've said, it's always good to socially distance. Everyone should always wear masks because pharmacies are inherently very small spaces. So it's good to keep your masks on. So at the very least, I've recommended for them to stay consistent with the mask. Gloves, not really required. And quite honestly, the CDC, from the beginning, they did not recommend gloves unless it was delivering patients' medication. So gloves didn't protect from the spread of the virus itself. So I've been a strong advocate of maintaining the social distance and maintaining the masks. Temperature checks, I've never been such a fan of, but I've done it because what the CDC has required, and particularly because by the time you have temperature, you probably have symptoms and you feel febrile. So it's already a little later than we would like to know when someone presents with COVID. So I agree with you, Peter, on all the things that you're doing. I probably would like to see more people keep the masks on and the social distance until we better understand this virus and the evolution of the virus, even with the vaccine and the vaccinations. That's just my take on it and how I've been consulting the pharmacies that I've been working with.
I think every pharmacy has to make that decision for themselves. Clearly, if your staff is totally vaccinated, the CDC guidelines allow you to be maskless. Again, and their guidelines are really more about, friends and family getting together who are all vaccinated. So we're kind of interpreting that for our business purposes. But again, being cautious is never a bad idea. And yet, I think if we risk that if we're overly strict, if we keep, if we encourage our staff to get vaccinated, if we tell them there's going to be benefits to that, and then we keep very, very strict processes in place, we're kind of undermining that opportunity to kind of scale back some of the really burdensome, things that we did to protect ourselves. So that's the fine balance we have to have, and I think that's part of it, and for me, the gradual approach is the way to go because you can do a few things, you can see how people respond, talk to people, how does it feel, we opened up a whole bunch of lunch area when we had to socially distance for lunch. And now we're saying, well, if you want to sit with your friend, it's okay. According to these guidelines, you're both vaccinated. So that's in accordance with their guidelines. But we didn't take away those extra lunch tables yet. We're going to allow people to, and then kind of see how they recalibrate their comfort level with each other and things like that. And then, of course, the big X factor for us is what about customers and patients coming in? Because you just don't know what they're bringing in. You don't know if they're vaccinated. You don't know their hygiene. You don't know if they're feverish. Question. And I think for now we decided to keep them out of the store, and some of our staff have been very happy with that decision at this point. However, there will be a point where we'll need to bring them back in. So we're going to have to just kind of keep monitoring that and make that careful decision when the time is right. I think a lot of that will depend on the external world, what people's comfort level are outside the pharmacy. Are they more comfortable going to the stores, going into coffee shops, restaurants, maybe even now that they're trying to open up? I think that will kind of influence us as well, kind of just seeing what life on the street look like. So it's an ongoing project.
It is. It's very ongoing, and it really depends on the area, the patient population. I've had some pharmacies who've opened up the opportunity for patients to come in, and they'd prefer not to. They still want to, even with the vaccine, they want to maintain their ways of that they're now used to it. They don't want to sign for medications because they don't want to do it anymore. And so it's another issue with, PBM audits. Do we force them to sign for their prescriptions, or what do we do now? So it's a very much of a is slowly evolving into a new comfort, new ways of doing things, which is not necessarily bad. It's new. So we have to find the norm that could work for us.
Right. And things like PBM audits, I think they're allowing for, no signatures. I know deliveries are now signature free, and that's acceptable. That's going to change eventually, obviously, because they're going to want to go back to their old ways. So that's also going to influence some of our decision making. We don't do third parties. The PBM issue isn't as big of an issue. I think part of it too is just what our patients are comfortable with. Like right now, I get zero complaints about not being able to walk into a pharmacy. People love us. Like we're carrying stuff out to their cars while they're on the street, and they love that. So again, part of that is like if it's not causing problems, if I'm not getting complaints, then I don't feel an urgent need to change it. But I do want to continue to monitor, because I think people's expectations are going to start changing as the general public is vaccinated. And as of reports now, by the end of May, we should have almost every adult vaccinated in almost every state. And even they're even saying some states by the end of April. 40 states now are going to be all 100% vaccinated. So that will definitely influence people's expectations. So I think it's like as an owner, I have to listen to my staff, what's their comfort level, how do I keep them safe and protected, and what are our customers' expectations, and how do we bridge those two things. And so far, so good. So we'll just keep monitoring it.
Yeah. One thing I also like to talk about the staff members when I'm there with, it sounds very primitive. I almost teach that to my, my little kids in elementary school, but it's hand washing hygiene, that how long you have to wash your hands for it to be cleared of any bacteria or viruses. And so that's the first thing. So what I've done is I put a sign up just like in my own house for my own kids, wash your hands for 30 seconds, sing the happy birthday song. It seems very primitive, but when we're in a rush and our minds are somewhere else while we're washing our hands, it's hard to it's hard to do a good job. And one other thing I like to highlight is, I think this is my own personal pet peeve, is coming out of microbiology background, is hand sanitizers. You don't want to overuse it and abuse it where you're killing the good bacteria on your hand. You want to reserve using the hand sanitizer for when there is no water available. And one other thing I also like to highlight is the correct amount of hand sanitizer to use. Each one has their label. And I always take a survey of every pharmacy I've been to. I asked, have you ever read the label on the hand sanitizer to know how much you should use? Not one person has ever said that they've read the label. So these are like very primitive issues, but honestly, if you don't stop to think about it, you wouldn't think that you need to wash your hands for 30 seconds for it to do something, or the hand sanitizer has a label. Really, we kind of overlook those things, but as pharmacists, we know how important these labels are.
Yeah, one other thing too I think is interesting and really came into view when the pandemic first hit, and we had to enforce 14-day quarantines, and the hand washing is a big deal. Like, one of our policies is if you ever walk inside the building from the outside, you have to wash your hands. So we're just going to assume your hands are contaminated with COVID and just really get disciplined about that. And what was interesting when we first started was how undisciplined we had been before the pandemic. People would come to work with runny noses and, we don't want to be short staffed, so we're going to deal with it. And the next thing you know, half the staff has a cold, but they still show up. And we really had to get disciplined about making sure people stayed home, people washed their hands, people kept their masks on correctly, all that kind of stuff. And it was quite a heavy lift at the time. I really hope one of the benefits or the silver linings to all this is that we stay disciplined like this. Because what was amazing was, even though we had 2 staff members test positive for COVID, the disease never spread throughout our staff. There's 35 people who are all working together in close quarters. All that gowning, garbing, hand washing, masking, that protected us, prevented a really catastrophic spread throughout our pharmacy. And so, yeah, a common cold isn't the same as COVID, of course, but I don't want that kind of stuff to continue to happen. And I think our staff is saying, this is the healthiest I've been. I haven't gotten any colds since last March, and it's all because of these things. We know this intellectually, but we've really been able to test it out and be disciplined about it. So I want to really try to keep that discipline. We're not enforcing 14-day quarantines. We're enforcing 3-day quarantines. But still, in the past, we didn't even really do that as well as we should have. So that's something we're going to take going forward is really like, yeah, it's not fun to have somebody out sick who had a fever a couple days ago, but it's better than them getting all of us sick. And we really just don't want anybody with any sort of bugs floating through the pharmacy. So yeah, new level of discipline was the order of the day, and we hope to keep some of that.
Yeah, I like to take the positives that we've learned from COVID because we always hear the negatives everywhere, but there are a lot of good things that we've learned, and you're very right in that we neglected how dirty our hands were and how bad some of our habits were. I myself have been guilty of going to school and work with, runny nose. But luckily with some of these practices in place, none of the pharmacies that I've worked with had COVID spread, and each one had one or two pharmacy personnel come up with the virus, and they practiced the safety precautions that were in place, and they had, they didn't even have N95 masks. It was just the basic masks that we use in the hospital, and they were fine. No one got COVID, luckily. So yeah, I think there are some good things that we've learned. Hopefully we've, built the habit, and within the 14 days, year and a half, that will continue to stay in pharmacies and abroad and everywhere. But I think we have one more person joining us. One thing, several things that or references that I'll highlight, but one other point I want to discuss to make sure everyone adds within their policies and procedures is the degree of compensation that an employer must pay that employee during this quarantine. You don't really necessarily have to describe that within your COVID policies procedures for standard operational practices, but within your employers' manuals, that is definitely something to consider including, so that it's flexible, non-punitive, and consistent with what the public health guidelines suggest, and that your employees are aware of this and they understand these policies. So to avoid any confusions, you want to make sure it's non-punitive, so that when your employees are sick, they stay at home to protect yourself and your pharmacy and your patients. So I think that's one important point I've seen many of my pharmacies miss within their policies, and I recommend for them to internally discuss and decide what's right for their pharmacy.
A lot of those benefits that came out of the early pandemic relief basically paid your employees wages if they were home, even in the absence of positive COVID tests, just with symptoms. So if somebody was symptomatic and had to do a 14-day leave, you had 100% replacement of their wages from the FFCRA program, and 2/3 of replacement of their wages for caring for a child. So I was always amazed when I heard of colleagues who weren't implementing those programs, because it takes away the disincentive to lie or, be just, dishonest with yourself about how you're feeling, because there would be no real financial disincentive to having a medical leave, or, needing to have a leave to stay with children who can't be at school, et cetera. So we really went out of our way to make sure that was available. We even opted into what was called EFMLA, which was an extended FMLA program that we weren't required to because of our size, but we felt like we really wanted to offer that as well, which was really more about caretaking leave and pay. A lot of those leaves got extended to March 31st, and I think with the CARES Act, they've been extended again. So I think people should probably talk to their HR resources. We're doing that today, actually, because there's still some confusion about when these plans expire. They were supposed to expire March 31st. Now it looks like there's some additional extensions with the new CARES Act. So, but even if the EFMLA is quite expensive to administer, so that's a decision for every business to evaluate. But the FFCRA plan is really easy to administer. You do that through your payroll, processing, and it just replaces that through a tax credit. So there were some good reasons to implement that stuff, and yeah, it was a win-win for everybody. It was for the win-win it allowed the employer to kind of enforce people staying home, and it allowed the employee to not feel any sort of financial devastation from that leave if they didn't have PTO approved or anything like that. So that was really beneficial. That was helpful. So we're still figuring out what to do going forward, because it is getting hard now, because a lot of people are still taking leaves and taking care of kids, and we want them to do that. Obviously, it's very important for us to have people be able to take care of their children, and we also need people in the pharmacy too. So again, kind of balancing all of that out is an ongoing challenge as well. So
Yeah, it's definitely a challenge. So yeah, I mean, the references that I always, push people towards is obviously the OSHA, protecting workers from the coronavirus. They have resources, everything basically you detailed for people to be able to go there and kind of get a step-by-step on how to go about it. The CDPH has resources, the DCA has resources, FDA, CDC. Those are really the top 5 that I would gear any pharmacist towards. Obviously the Board of Pharmacy, but they don't release as much substance information. They gear you towards the professionals that are releasing this content. So these are the resources. I know APHA had a good article for COVID-19 resources as well that I used. It was primary literature, so it was pretty well drafted. So the help is out there, and the information is there for us to use. It's just bringing it all together. But these 5 resources were the ones that I'd recommend for pharmacies to have downloaded. I know that CPHA, the California Pharmacists Association, I actually printed some of the flyers they had made for their members. It was really, really well done, and they spent a good amount of efforts to help pharmacies, for example, decide when a patient needs to test, what types of tests there are, and how to qualify it. It's essentially, try to show one of the flow charts if I can. It's essentially a flow chart that they had created, and they're very well made. The task force was full of knowledgeable individuals that did a good thorough research, and they went from everywhere from recommending for infection control considerations. So they did a good job in bringing it all together. Also, if any of our attendees here want to join CPHA, I think they have it free for all their members to download.
yeah, we used that resource quite a bit actually at the beginning because it was very confusing what the guidelines was. It's a nice simple way to look at it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to reiterate something you said earlier. Make sure you have a COVID SOP and that your staff has been trained on it, signed off, because the last thing you want is OSHA to show up and ask you what your process is and have nothing documented. So even just cutting and pasting some of those OSHA guidelines into an SOP is really essential, because going forward, people are going to be looking for this. It's all complaint-based, obviously, especially with OSHA, but you don't want to be left without any sort of documentation for sure. So It's a really important point.
What I like to highlight is anytime I do the training, I always recommend bring a third person in to do the training. Doesn't have to be a pharmacist, it could be a pharmacy colleague. You guys could cross-train each other's pharmacies. And when you do the training, make sure you sign an attestation. If anything I've learned from what I do in working with the different regulatory agencies is if you don't write it down, it never happens. So write it down, write every detail down, and have the attendees sign an attestation. Have them write, or the PIC write a policy procedure effective date. Make sure you include within your attestation that they have read, reviewed, and implemented under supervision and been trained on these policies. Make sure that you specify that this new policy supersedes any other policy. Make sure that you include that this is for both paid and unpaid volunteers included. So it's very inclusive. And I always say your policies and procedures binder should be there for your staff and should be at the center of your policy, not for outsiders to have access to, but for your internal staff to know and to have access and to use. So when an inspector comes in, no matter where they're from, everyone should be able to point to these policies because they should have signed off on them, particularly COVID now, because that's what we're talking about. And it's so interbraided between all the different organizations that may come back asking for this. So have your COVID policies, procedures readily available in the pharmacy, signed, dated, and routinely, whatever works for your pharmacy, revised.
Yeah, we keep all of our SOPs electronically in our pharmacy management soft system. So everyone has access to it through their login, and it's always up to date there. We're not worrying that pages left in an SOP binder are older versions and things like that. So that's always our most current version, which works great for us.
That's great. Yeah, it depends on the pharmacy type. Some do like having it electronic, and I love it because you could control F anything. Whereas some still prefer the hard copy. I always say keep both, because if an inspector comes in and they're walking around, that's the great tool to have available for them until your computer boots on. But the virtual one is, or the electronic copy is the one I would probably update more frequently. Do we have any questions from any of our attendees or any conversations you'd like to join in on?
I'm in the chat log here, looking for something that looks relevant.
Hi, Peter and Elizabeth. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Nancy Fingerhut. I'm from Lee Soulsby Compounding Pharmacy. Both of the suggestions were really high value for our pharmacy, and we've taken a very similar approach, keeping conservative policies. But a current issue we're grappling with is it's now 2021. A good portion of our staff members are vaccinated and want to travel. So how do we change our policy and sort of address this new feel among our staff members who are eager to go out back into the world?
Oh my God, Peter, you want to take a dab at that, or do you want me to? I mean, as you're telling me, I'm looking up CDC travel to see what their most current recommendations are for traveling. I know certain countries have restrictions.
I added some of the recommendations in the chat. So currently, if this is still relevant, from when I last reviewed it, it's a full 7 days after travel in self-quarantine.
I think it's different in my opinion. I think it's different when you go through the CDC website for each country that you'll be traveling to and from. If I were to develop a policy about my staff personnel traveling, I would include testing in there, which test I would want them to take, how many tests I would want them to take before they return back to work, if there's a period of quarantine, and exactly where they visited. So I just went on to the CDC travel, and I'm looking up a random country, Austria, to see what the CDC says about that. And so the CDC's recommendation, they list levels. For examples, it says level 4, COVID-19 very high. Travelers should avoid all travel to Austria. So I would probably write a policy procedure that says, please refer to the CDC guidelines on the risk levels associated with that. And based on the risk levels, please talk to your employer to make an assessment. I wouldn't write a solid PMP that's going to be in place for all travel purposes.
We currently have language in our travel policy that highlights that. My question is sort of surrounding, like, they're flying down to Florida for some beach time. They're getting on a plane. Do we have to default to the CDC guidelines of like stay at home for 7 days, or can we implement sort of like a testing method?
Has your staff member been vaccinated or are they unvaccinated? So I think that would make a big difference.
Yeah, no, that's a key question. So we have staff members that are vaccinated and also have previously recovered from COVID infection with a similar situation in this example.
I'll just tell you what we've done is we've really defaulted to the local guidelines. So we actually, San Francisco had a travel restriction for our region. So if people left the region, they would have to self-quarantine for 10 days. We actually enforced that with our staff, but we did it with the, we're not doing this. This is the county doing it. I don't know if I could put a policy together to not let my staff travel. That probably isn't going to go over too well. So we're really defaulting to kind of like what Elizabeth said, the CDC guidelines. We have a way that staff member travel to So if somebody's going to fly to Florida to go to spring break, we've seen the pictures there and you're like, oh my goodness, this could be dangerous, even with a vaccinated person. I think it's a conversation to have about, how you're handling yourself and making sure that, everyone wants to travel. So it's going to be hard to say you can't travel or, I'm going to put extra restrictions on you that go above and beyond what CDC is allowing. But hopefully we can at least encourage everybody to travel responsibly, understand the risk that they're taking. Being vaccinated helps because, technically speaking, that's a big change. However, it doesn't mean that you just go crazy and engage in risky behavior too. So it's a tough question, and I don't know if my answer really gave you clear guidance, but that's kind of what we're relying on now is just the guidance for where people are traveling, and we're going to encourage people to be thoughtful about it.
So I'll answer again from the perspective of if you were to call me and say, hey, can you help me draft a policy and procedures on travel, what I would include? I would say if you are eligible, get fully vaccinated. First and foremost thing would be the number one thing on that policy for COVID-19. Before you travel, get tested, viral tests, 1 to 3 days before you travel. Just for the obvious reasons. I would encourage them, not require, but encourage them to wear a mask around your nose and your mouth when in public. Crowded areas, I would say avoid crowds, maintain social distance, 6 feet, 2 meters, giving them some cleared. I would also say get tested obviously after your travels, and I would do a full 7-day stay at home according to what the CDC requires. And in addition to that, I would say, if obviously you don't get tested and you don't want to get tested, you can self-quarantine for 10 days. At the end of all this, I would say just follow your state recommendations and requirements after travel, because every state is a little different, every area is a little different, so you don't want to limit people. I would just kind of enforce the things that I think are most important whether you travel or not, masks, social distance, and vaccines, and the rest leave it up to them and their state requirements, so you're kind of hands off as to what you're forcing your employees to do. I hope that answered your question.
Yes, it did. Thank you. Thank you both.
Any other discussions, or anyone have any fun ideas to share with us on what you're doing with COVID?
Fun ideas. No, just tired of it.
Yeah. Believe me, I have a homeschooling 10-year-old and 2 1-year-olds. I need her to go back to school.
Yeah, the school thing is just that's the thing. That's the leading edge of the fatigue. Teenage boys who just can't deal anymore.
Does this mean we're done talking about SOPs?
I believe so on my end.
All right. I just, I had pulled Lou out because I wanted to make sure everything he was doing was working well. And he said you guys were great. He was really enjoying listening to you. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. So everybody can just take 2 minutes and then we'll go to, or I'm just, why don't we all just go to the stage for our final presentation? I think everybody would find it really interesting. And that'll be it.
So Lou,
yes, Lou is going to be talking about the compounding pharmacy landscape, lessons learned from FDA oversight. So he's going to be talking a little bit of business, a little bit of regulation, a little bit of everything. So like I said, I think it'll be it'll be interesting.
That's on the main stage and not in operations. So just trying.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So I'm just going to move everybody to the main stage right now.
Fantastic.
All right.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Elizabeth.
All right.
There we go. And there's Peter.
I love it when stuff works.
All right, Lou.
All
It's all
right.
you.
Uh-oh. That's a scary thought. Who's doing the warm-up here?
I guess I am.
Wow, the boss. Cool.
Yes, yes, yes.
Cool.
Give me a second.
The second stringer's here if the boss needs to go.
Wow.
Understand your subordinates, Lou.
Wow.
All right, everybody. Thank you. I know it's been a long day. I hope everybody has enjoyed all of the presentations, and thank you for sitting through our technology hiccups. As Lou has pointed out to me, everybody has them, and of course we do our best to overcome them. So thank you for still being here. I am very excited. I think this is going to be a great presentation. Lou comes from an extensive knowledge base in a lot of areas, and he's going to be talking to us about the compounding pharmacy landscape, lessons learned from FDA oversight. It's Louis Diorio. He's the principal of LDT Health Solutions, and I'm going to let him take it over from here.
Hey, thanks, Vivian. Good afternoon, everybody. Let's see, we got people filing in. That's cool. I am going to put up some slides here, and we will get going. Here we go. All right. What I'd like to talk about this afternoon is actually the 503B and along with that, the 503A landscape. Just as a way of disclosure, I have no conflicts of interest, and the information that we're going to give you is accurate at the time that we put these slides together. I do have some updates that will pour in. These are the objectives. We're obviously going to talk about this marketplace. We're going to talk about some common citations that the agency is using, especially against outsourcing compounders. And we are, for the 503As, we are going to help you analyze and vet give you best practices for analyzing and vetting the outsourcing compounders that you may choose to use. So let's dive in. So the general landscape of 503B outsourcing, and to give you a quick history lesson, right? So 503B was created as a direct result of the New England compounding disaster in 2012. And 503B was created as part of the Drug Quality and Security Act. So President Obama signed that in November of 2013 and established this area of practice. So it's a complex ecosystem. And if you look at the 503B registration and how the current structure is put together, there is obviously a direct line to the FDA, but there are other agencies that are moving into the picture or have been moving into the picture pretty regularly. And whether it was intended or not intended, there are several states that, in addition to FDA registration as a 503B, in order to provide into their states, they require additional licensure. And in general, we're seeing two basic models. yardstick in a 503A operation, it creates great confusion, and we'll show you some examples of that. Adding to this confusion is the FDA's method, where they really look at and they really operate through not only regulation but regulatory guidance. And since 2014, when they started to issue guidance not only to the industry, not only to manufacturers, but to compounders, we have seen 28 guidance documents or substantial regulatory policy statements that directly impact 503B compounding or 503A pharmacy practice. And I've listed them out there, and I want to talk about one in particular, but I think it's important to mention that Gabby mentioned this morning. Her focus was, and she did spend a good amount of time talking about the bulks list. And I think the headline for today is that anybody engaged in the compounding of H-chloroquinine got up this morning and got a bit of a shock. The FDA has decided that that is not in the best interest of 503B and has taken it away from us. The guidance documents relative to what constitutes essentially a copy in both A and B practice is something that gets a lot of attention when the FDA comes knocking. But I think what's important to remember is in all of these regulatory statements, and I thought it was very interesting this morning, Gabby mentioned the infamous 1 mile rule in the hospital compounding document. And that I always get a chuckle out of that. I refer to that as the miracle mile. As far as I know, and she confirmed it this morning, that particular guidance has never been enforced or cited in the U.S., but it sits there as part of the FDA's thinking. So I thought that was kind of interesting. Use of regulatory guidance by the FDA, and I took the time to paste up the language from each guidance, and it's right there on the screen. It really constitutes not legally enforceable responsibilities. It really just publishes what the FDA's current thinking today is, and unless a specific regulatory citation is mentioned, it is just that. It's the agency's opinion today, and that could change tomorrow. So that becomes interesting when the FDA, when we construct FDA responses for clients, or when you think about how to deal with the agency once they've come to your door and have come knocking. So it takes you into some pretty shadowy areas if we start talking about the FDA's opinion versus what is truly regulatory and what is enforceable. This is a great article. It appeared in 2019 on the front page of the Wall Street Journal. And really here, this was an article about the food industry, but it has applicability to our practice because basically these guidance documents are really, in the case of the food industry, because they have much deeper pockets broadly than pharmacy practice does. It really sort of feeds these lawsuits because if you really think about it, and the basics in administrative law, right, is that you issue a proposed rule, you seek comments from your constituency or from the affected parties, you propose a rule, you seek comment, and then you promulgate rules that reflect the feedback that you got, and then you put it into practice as a real regulation. The agency, to date, chooses not to do that and chooses to work in this really shadowy sort of parallel universe. And, to steal a term from an author that I go to quite often it becomes this sort of trip into unreality, right? Because you're really, the FDA will not take the time to go through the regulatory process, and you're basically fighting this, opinion-based system. However, they've already done their damage because they've put it down in a 483 as if it were fact. Case in point is the FDA's insanitary conditions guidance. This is the most sweeping document of those 28 guidance documents that I mentioned earlier. And really what makes this scary, and it starts out very innocently. And it was actually a stroke of brilliance when the agency rolled this out, because this came out at a time in 2016 when there was a little bit of pushback from the profession and the 503Bs to say, well, wait a minute, insanitary conditions really speak to GMP. Every board of pharmacy, if you dig into state regulation, every board of pharmacy uses similar language in that they will say at some place in their practice act, they will say that a pharmacy must be run in a neat, orderly, and sanitary manner. So, but by the FDA using the term insanitary conditions, which really points to injurious conditions based on filth that could be injurious to public health, including death, was brilliant, because then there is a link between pharmacy practice, 503B, and this guidance document. Now, what makes this really scary is this document is so sweeping. It says in the document that it applies to areas that are directly in the compounding space, areas adjacent to the compounding space. And if you read to the end, after you find out the butler did it, it says that they can cite these conditions anywhere in your facility. So that gives them pretty broad brush. And I can tell you from experience that any noncompliance to this particular guidance document will trigger swift and quick regulatory action. So this one, if anybody listening hasn't read this document or looked at this document, it's time to do so. So what I'd like to talk about is that a lot of my talk in this section will be based on data that we have collected since the New England compounding disaster, and we have combed through absolutely every document that's in the public domain released by the FDA. We maintain the largest private database of this information outside the FDA. And what we do with it is we really use it to flavor our building of demonstrated best practice. We use it to assist clients with FDA responses. We also use it to update our policy procedure and our training methods to stay in line with what is the agency's focus, what are they up to this week. And if you look at it, since New England compounding, and I can bring you up to date because I've refreshed the data up to March 19th, the agency has visited over 500 establishments, both A's and B's. There are several physicians in there. There are analytical labs in there. There are over 35 hospitals, health systems, and hospital-owned compounders in that number, and they have conducted more than 780 inspections. The FDA has been operating in 46 of the 50 states, and I believe 6 months ago, they visited Alaska for the first time. So their reach is immense, and looking at the numbers here, 407 different FDA personnel have signed inspectionary documents. So they do have the bandwidth to be just about anywhere they want to be. And when compiling this data, I ran a quick check, and the FDA is creeping up on close to 6,000 inspection days in the field. So really, what does that mean? when we talk about first outsourcing facilities. Outsourcing facilities can expect to see the FDA. If you really comb through the Drug Quality and Security Act, part of the voluntary paid registration that a 503B participates in, the regulation is pretty clear. The FDA must, even though they're charging you for an annual, your fee is allegedly an annual inspection fee, the FDA does use a risk-based system to figure out a frequency of visits. The regulation quite clearly says that that window can be no longer than 48 months. So the FDA does have the burden to visit every 503B in that window. So currently, as we sit today, the FDA has 70, it's actually 70 outsourcing providers. If you go to their website, they'll have 70 listed. Only 58 actually have been inspected by the FDA. The FDA has a pretty wide window. That 290 days is an accurate figure. So, you know, for those of you that are 503A or for those of you that are using the services of your 503B, it is not uncommon that you can have a fully functional 503B that has never been visited by the FDA. And you should accommodate that in your vetting process if you're talking to this provider about using their services. Just as a sort of factoid there have been more outsourcing providers that have dropped registration than there are actually current outsourced providers. So what does that look like? Where is product coming from? This was provided to me from my friends at Pharmacy Purchasing and Products. And for those of you that are not familiar with this publication, you simply need to go to mag.com and sign up for a free subscription. They'll send it to you print or electronic. A lot of good information in there about the compounding universe. And so the information that they sent, as you see there, the top providers in the marketplace, obviously, Caps B. Braun, one of the oldest providers, Cuva in there, Avella Specialty, and so on. So, you know, this is data that was collected from DOPs. So this is actual live data from hospital directors that are purchasing these services. So that'll give you an idea of what the landscape looks like from the consumer side. When we look at the numbers, again, the FDA, with that incredible bandwidth, the hotspots seem to be the Dallas field office of the FDA, which encompasses New Mexico, all of Texas, and Oklahoma. They're responsible for almost 16% of the visits, so that equates to 75 503B visits. Irvine, the LA office, is not far behind at 51, and then the Tampa office of the FDA, 47. And then bringing up the lower on the list are offices like New England, the home of New England Compounding, as well as the Nashville office, which was the epicenter of all of the injuries or most of the deaths in the initial phase of the outbreak. And so here are the 483s issued by office for those of you that want to see if they're active in your backyard. So I present that to you from our library. And specifically, if we want to drill down into what the citations were on these 483 documents, though the top 5 are there. So just for those of you that are not comfortable or not as well versed in reading those inspectionary documents, I'll try to translate for you. The aseptic processing areas are obviously production areas, clean room areas. So what they are pointing to are the monitoring of environmental conditions and the systems for cleaning and disinfecting rooms used to produce sterile drug. When they refer to clothing, that's really garb, sterile garb or non-sterile garb, depending on your type of compounding, and also PPE. And so those are citations for not having appropriate garb. Number 4, procedures designed to prevent contamination are not established. So non-compliance to good practice, that's a citation. And then the rounding out the top 5 list is the lack of a written testing program to establish stability characteristics of drugs. And the FDA has zeroed in on facilities using what the agency likes to call industry references for determining BUD. So what they like to call industry references are things like the Handbook of Injectable Drugs, King's admixture, any data that comes from what pharmacists would consider authoritative reference, the FDA is referring to as industry references. So there's a little angst about that. And that usually gets exacerbated by those of you that are out there in the 503A universe that are assigning BUDs that are in excess of 28 days. So if you look back into 797, there's language in the current chapter that talks about any BUD that is not from instrumentally verified data that you own is really a theoretical BUD and really needs additional authoritative investigation. So be very careful there. The FDA is citing that in A's. Now, the focus changes for B establishments, and that is because of the higher burden that had been taken on by the establishment and the voluntary registration. Now, the problem here is that in 2013, when the DQSA was rolled out, there were and there are missing pieces that Congress had tasked to the FDA to complete and sort of fill in the blanks. So there is some disparity here in how the FDA surveys those businesses. So again, the top citation is for some deficiency in physical plant that the agency took exception to. The next is policies and procedures to control or prevent microcontamination were either not there or not followed. The third one is a mystery to me, only because if you look at the DQSA, the actual language of the law, this is one of the few sections in the law that actually gives clear direction. What has to be on the label, what has to be on the labeling, the accompanying information that's not on the immediate container label, and why and how people are just don't get it here is a mystery to me. So they continue to cite it. They continue to make a great deal about areas of episodes of non-compliance, and rightfully so here. Number 4 is aseptic processing areas are somehow deficient for cleaning and disinfecting. That's usually the lack of using a complete set of sterile equipment, from the disposables to the consumables to the actual cleaning products. So that's something in your vetting process, if you're a 503A that want to talk about purchasing these services, that's an area that is pretty easy to check and pretty easy to verify. For those of you that are providing 503B services, this is a good cue for you to go in and to really look at your process and make sure that your process is fully compliant in that way. So sterile everything is the name of the game there. The other thing is, if you look at these citations, the B versus the A, there are similarities, but there are glaring there are glaring differences. Sorry about that. Can't make that go away. Whoops. Can't make that go away. Let's see. Sorry about that. Let's do that. And then let's go back to this. Sorry about that. I'm having my own technical difficulties. I think the other thing that we should take a minute to talk about is number 5. And number 5 is, again, one of those distinctions that is unique to GMP rather than the practice of pharmacy. And the FDA is zeroing in on it. And I think this is a very difficult, sometimes cultural argument or cultural lesson that 503Bs, especially the smaller ones, the larger 503Bs that come from a pedigree of big pharma or their leadership comes from that pedigree, they are already very aware of the role and the activity of the quality control unit, and really the quality control unit being the overarching unit that really has sway in all of throughout the process, from the procurement of API all the way through the compounding process, through the labeling, through the final packaging, and then ultimately the release of product. The difference is in the world of pharmacy, it's that dispensing pharmacist is releasing that prescription. In the GMP world, that autonomous quality unit, whether it's composed of pharmacists or not, take up that role. So there is this cultural sort of disconnect sometimes. The other thing that the agency has focused on in the last several years, and you see it manifested through some of the extensive recalls that they've required, or for those companies foolish enough to really resist a recall suggested by the agency, the infamous, press release notifying the universe that a particular compounder has refused the FDA's request to launch a recall, and some of those providers are no longer here. So that's something to keep an eye out for. But really for me, the discussion about not running aground discovered discrepancies in cases where product didn't leave your hands is a big issue with the agency. So near misses, failures that never left your facility, the FDA's expectation and the GMP expectation is that you learn from every compounding interaction. And it's irrelevant whether any of that batch left your hands. And I think especially the smaller 503Bs that we've worked with are not getting this and not understanding the value of having that process. And those are the providers that have a less than robust QC unit or have people that are woefully inexperienced to deal with that kind of learning experience. So that to me is a really big key, and something that you should discuss with your 503B provider during QC meetings or the annual release of data to you, or when you're vetting a provider to purchase institutionally fixed formulas or non-patient specific product from. So with that, I will I'm trying to leave a good amount of time to for discussion and for questions. So I'm going to sort of round this out by saying, in retrospect, whether you're an A looking over the fence at a B, or whether you're a B trying to start up or trying to look in the mirror, there's no substitute for constant vigilance on the part of any professional in the process or any compounder, as well as people that are procuring or want to procure. You need to have a robust process to vet. If you're a 503A, make sure you know where your product is coming from. If you're a B and operating a B, and you are providing the same burden, this is something that you can't dabble in. You have to be behind it every day. And when, from either side of the table, when you talk about compounded product, I think one of the things that we learned, I recently read Kill Shot. That's Jason Dearborn's book on the New England compounding tragedy. I think this bullet was totally lacking in the New England compounding example. It's all about traceability. Can you trace all of the components, all of the supplies, and all of the personnel that had responsibility to that batch from cradle to grave? The trackability. Can you track, as the compounder, can you track where your product is, where did it go, and how is it being used? Because ultimately you want to have absolute recallability. And the same for the 503As that are using these products, or in some cases creating compounded product. Can you trace it? Can you track it? And if necessary, can you recall it? So that is really the crux of, good modern compounding practice. And whether you're using a paper-based system or whether you're using an automated system, it's the same standard. Traceability, trackability, recallability are the watchwords. And all professionals, whether you're purchasing or whether you're providing and creating these compounded preps, you need to be aware of all the prevailing best practices and prevailing regulation. There was a presentation before this session, and Chris Lee was talking about changing or refining a GMP process. If that's simply to become quicker or more efficient, and you've skipped steps that strip out some quality, well, that's not really a best practice, is it? And so, I would be leery of altering your practice to do that. But if you have, if you are in the spirit of continuous quality improvement and you've found a new and better way to do something, well then, looking at it with that scope, with that sort of magnifying glass, that's something that you can build on. However, efficiency for the sake of economics is not what Chris was talking about. It's not what I'm talking about. It's not what you guys should be thinking about. So with that, I am going to flip through and open it up for questions. And let's see if I can operate the chat.
Great. I can also read the questions off the chat. Thank you so much, Lou. Lou has left. He'll probably join us again. Also, you can raise your hand and I can unmute you.
All right. I got kicked out.
Oh, we didn't panic because I said, Lou left. He'll be back in a moment.
Yeah. No, it just, as the screen went dark, I remember the quote by Groucho Marx. He would never join a club that would have him as a member. So I didn't panic.
Great. So like I said, if anybody has any questions, just put them in the chat or you can raise your hand and I can unmute you. It was a great presentation, lots of information. I'd love to hear people's thoughts.
Crickets.
Crickets.
All right. While people are getting their thoughts together, I can also throw some more data at you. I think the previous session to this talked about COVID, and one of the things that I didn't really get into was the impact of the pandemic on the efforts of the FDA. There was obviously early in 2020, the second and third quarter, the agency, like all other agencies, flipped over to the COVID response and took their folks out of the out of the field. I can tell you they are back. They are back in earnest. They are more likely to respond based on two things, either a MedWatch complaint or a request by a board of pharmacy. And that's universal, whether you're an A or a B. So I've been spending some quality time with some friends of ours from the FDA in the field. I can also tell you that there has been a marked decrease in published documents from the compounding universe. So to date, and this is almost a complete quarter, the FDA has posted no new 483s for either 503As or 503Bs. Their focus right now appears to be coming out of the Center for Tobacco, a lot of vaping and a lot of nonsense coming out of there. The Office of Prescription Drug Promotion. So for those of you compounders that think that the FDA is not looking at your websites and the literature that you're hanging on that website or claims that you could be making, please do not believe that. They are looking at your drug promotion. For those of you that have salespeople in the field, you want to make sure that you have robust policy and procedure in that area. And there is quite a glut of documents from the Centers for Radiological Health. So the FDA is coming out of their malaise. So things are, as the nation gets more and more vaccinated, I think we're going to see the FDA back to pre-2020 levels probably by the end of the year. I know boards of pharmacy are out there. I know the NABP is reinstituting VPP inspections. So please don't think that what you're doing is not being scrutinized. It is.